All right, you know what? We're gonna start with the SoftTake video. I promised to watch it 2 days ago. Let's get to it. It's an hour long. Let's get started early so we can actually get to the rest of the stuff. And then after the SoftTake video, we'll get to the DICKTONE stuff. And then we'll get into maybe Ethan Klein's reaction to the content deputy.
Stranger98 _ just subscribe.
I feel like some slop tubers are content to farm on their side. Also, Azra, thank you for the prime. Stone Cold a damn, thank you for the 2-month. And Stranger, thank you for the tier 1. Would appreciate it. Let's continue.
Fucking moron.
Hila Klein, once the reserved counterpart to Ethan. She was known for her awkward charm and subtle humor. In the early days of H3, she was the shy, friendly presence besides Ethan's loud personality. The things she would say were once—
Reporting that the Hasan comment clips do not exist. Sorry. I told you, chatters. This is why you have to listen to me. This is why you have to listen to me and nobody else, because I'm going to give you the correct information. I will never lie to you. Everything I say is the truth.
lighthearted or
Don't even listen
grounded.
to yourself. You are wrong. Listen to me only.
Left last time as an Israeli. She enters today as an American. Hila, how does it feel? Tell me everything.
I feel like now I can really ride it, you know, we got the flags and the balloons. Like, I feel like every old person on a mobility scooter, they always have this like personalized touch to it.
Absolutely.
And now we got ours.
Right.
To have shifted into someone who appears more vocal than thoughtful.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. Yeah, Sam Cedar, another one I'm ready to burn. I know, you already did most of the work.
And also someone who seems to donate money to a slop tuber who hosts a show called Ultimate Review that picks apart sexual allegations. And also LOLCal Live, a podcast co-hosted by Keemstar, someone that previously made her life hell. But first, who is Hila actually? She's the co-host of a podcast with her husband who's turned arguing with everyone into a full-time sport while she contributes to the show by slowly rotating in her chair. She's the founder and CEO of Teddy Fresh, a streetwear brand with a questionable theme that appears to sometimes allegedly borrow designs. Teddy Fresh also has a good causes section on their site, proudly listing charities they claim to support, which is a great thing. I appreciate them for doing. However, let's just say that I found out that not everything on that list checks out, which I will get into later on in the video. She loves to draw, present her unique clothing style on social media, and she is also someone that gets particularly vocal.
She loves to draw, it's crazy.
When criticism of Israel arises.
Worse stuff than that. It's not like Israel's going to do a precision strike on Hasan. They don't fucking...
Yeah,
but it is dangerous. It's a war zone.
Sure, it's a war zone.
They may.
But what?
He was in the running.
Thank you for speaking up, baby. I almost forgot about you. I almost forgot about you.
Any of this, but now that I got back,
I almost forgot. That's also on the docket. Honestly, I'll put that above the DICKTONE video. Also, we'll talk about Bad Empanada. We'll talk about Bad Empanada because I feel like there's an interesting conversation about what happened yesterday. And there are people with a lot of thoughts. And I think that would be a good discourse. Not good as in productive, but good as in funny.
For anti-Semite of the year, they may.
Nah,
I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
They're not.
And this is where she gets quite a lot of backlash. It's not because she's from Israel or that she served in the IDF. Well, actually, that could be reason for some. It's mostly because of the dehumanizing language she uses for Palestinians and her relentless defense for Israel. Also, I just want to be clear, I don't want to make Hila responsible for Ethan's flip-outs, but you cannot be dismissed as a silent bystander while Ethan spreads false information. And when she does decide to chime in, it's either about Hasan, defending Israel, or defending their takes. Took one look at her and assumed that she's an undocumented—
That's me. I show up in a lot of YouTube videos nowadays, chat.
Is that what happened, Hasan?
The fact that they all go with this narrative that it was his mom is just unbelievable.
But what about them talking about Hasan going to Gaza?
Was like, I'm thinking of going to Gaza.
Until I found out they don't have like a 5-star suite for me with private security waiting there.
I also find it important to mention about slop tubers, and that is they don't agree with Ethan, right? Like this slop tube video, not this one. Where's it at? I think I closed it. Oh, the slop tube video from that person we saw before does not like agree with Ethan. He's not on Ethan's side, right? They're just anti anything that they perceive as like left wing, right? That's pretty much it. They are using Ethan as a proxy to attack anything that they just don't like. They are anti-Semitic. They are racist, right? And they are objectively bad people. We're talking about like Nicholas to eat the Oreo and Keemstar. What are we talking about here? But Ethan is totally fine cozying up to people who are anti-Semitic so long as they appear to be on his side or against his own enemies. And this is not something that's new with Ethan. This is not something that is unique to Ethan's new crash out. He has done this for years. It's going on a decade at this point. Like they are using him as a lolcow. Right? They're like, oh, I can get a lot of views farming this drama and being anti-Hasan and anti-iDubbbz by being like iDubbbz is like pro-cancel culture now and he's like a SJW. I just have to be on Ethan's side for this? Yeah, I'll definitely do it. And they don't care about Israel-Palestine. Right? One must ask why you would make a 1 hour and 30-minute long video like on iDubbbz and his video on Ethan, right? Because Ian's video was just about like his personal interaction with a friend. But you as like a drama slop tuber, right? This is very clearly obviously used for views. It's like, oh, I want to co-opt the old content cop aesthetic, right? I'm doing a content cop on iDubbbz to show him how it's done or whatever. You feel me? But Ethan doesn't care about like the fact that like none of these people are actually care about what he cares about. Right? None of these people care about like the Israeli perspective. They are using you to get views. But so long as this person is against whoever Ethan's against, he's totally fine with it.
I would.
And Hila's even worse.
My goddamn house that he would never step foot in Gaza. It's insanely pathetic. Somebody please.
Well, and it's the same thing. To bring it back to the song, just because, but it kind of is the same thing. Like I was thinking about going to Gaza.
Yeah.
Like,
I also wanted to give a...
Sorry guys, I'm not going to this war zone unless they...
All right, I need a trigger warning. SoftTake. I need a trigger warning next time. Please and thank you.
So much to the point that they started fantasizing how his visit to Gaza could look like.
They managed to keep the hostages alive. You can go be in the tunnels, I'm sure.
I mean, he's a high-value hostage for Hamas. He's an American citizen.
Right.
They've kidnapped Arabs and Muslims before.
If he's actually just worried about the Israeli side, like seriously, they can take him to the tunnels and he'll be safe.
If he entered through Rafah, which is the Egyptian crossing, and just went into Gaza like that, I think there's probably a more likelihood that he'd be kidnapped by Hamas than precision striked by Israel.
Yeah.
And then...
Like, he never asked. Nobody ever asked him. Why does he think that? He's going to explain it? Why does he think that? Because doesn't Ethan say that like Hamas took the Israeli hostages because they're Jewish? So why would they take Hasan? What usage would they have for Hasan? Like, Hasan's not Israeli. Like, why would they take him? Does anybody ever explain this to him or like ask him this question? What reason would Hamas take Hasan as a hostage? Unless you think that just Hamas are just like barbaric, evil, like evil people who do things without any sort of rationality or logic behind them, just because they are the bad guys. You know what I mean? This is exactly what he thinks. I know that's what he thinks. I'm just like, someone needs to like interrogate that belief of his, because it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense. He just says things that are very clearly Islamophobic, right? I mean, the perfect example of what happened in the debate with like Ethan's like characterization of anybody that's not Israeli as like terrorists unilaterally. Then he says the IDF are terrorists, but his wife is specifically not a terrorist, though. How does that make sense?
Pedal it all back.
It's literally just a silly joke.
We're just criticizing you.
It's literally just a silly joke.
It comes across like a fucking pager joke.
It comes across as a pager joke.
Hasan should go to Gaza. And if he doesn't, he should be severely judged by his audience for being a total fucking coward.
I mean, it's part of why I judge him. He doesn't know shit about that conflict. He's never been to Gaza, never been to Israel.
Conflict.
He doesn't know shit about it.
No, he doesn't.
He does not. But he talks like with such authority. Oh my God. You would think he's been there like 5 times since October 7th. Already.
This small bit of premium content is just a tiny part of a larger pattern. Hila's reasoning is just as inconsistent. Let's try and understand Hila's logic here. Hasan can't understand the conflict because he hasn't been there, as if lived experience is the only way to grasp reality. If we were to even go with this logic, then why does she not know about what's going on with the Tesla stock and Elon Musk's actions despite living in the very country where it's all happening?
Tesla's getting creamed lately. Like they're down like 40%. The fuck out of them and like bombing, they're firebombing their factory and shit.
What?
USA.
Like,
I'm a little like
rift.
I don't know if I'm out of the loop, but did something specific happen that all of a sudden this is happening?
I mean, that's quite an integral part of the ongoing events in the United States and its political landscape, while selling anti-Elon shirts in her own shop. And by the way, if you're watching this and thinking, oh, how come all the SoftTake can do is bring up Hasan? And well, the answer to that is simple. I don't. They do. What am I supposed to talk about when almost all of their content is referring back to Hasan? I just follow the storyline they keep writing. But anyways.
It's really interesting how we just cannot criticize him.
And then
whatever we dare to say about him in a criticism manner,
Consider has
we
been
are
like
a
what they think
threat.
of him now. Which also we have to get into as well, because like apparently Ethan was coming after Sam Cedar too. Like calling Sam Cedar like pro-terrorism or something like that. I don't even know what he said. But like I don't know how much he can escalate from here. You know what I mean? I don't know.
We are backing genocide. We're children killers.
Yeah, because he said he gets why you would join Hamas. But that's like the normal like scholar. He literally pulled the why doesn't he condemn Hamas? That's crazy. Like it's like this is like the first step you get to trying to understand, and this is the problem, is that he doesn't see Palestinians as human beings, right? He'll go down the path of like, oh, Israel has a right to defend itself, and if Israel was provoked on October 7th, therefore they have to commit atrocious acts of violence, right? But he cannot extend that exact same line of logic to the Palestinians, right? Because he doesn't see Palestinians as human beings. I mean, that's the answer. And the catharsis that I felt yesterday watching Hasan just call Ethan a racist piece of shit, which he is, which not to I told you so, which I've been saying pretty consistently for the past 20 months. You got it before leftovers even ended. I did. I did call it before leftovers even ended. This is correct. This is correct. The only escalation I see from here would be full mask off anti-Palestine Hasbro bullshit, which I would think would be a good thing because it would force these followers that try to both sides it to fully address the creator's been saying. I don't think there's that many people left. Like, his community is just Destiny's community. Like, that's it. They've picked their side and they've huddled down to the point where they're shouting out the anti-Semitic Sneeko fan, right? Because he came out with something that they could use against Hasan, right? They're shouting out Destiny, Nicholas Ultimate Rate Review Diorio, right? Diddy Saltman, Keemstar, The Quartering, because there just happened to be Sam Hyde, because they happen to be anti-Hasan. You know what I mean? So I don't think there's not a situation where, like, you hold up a mirror and they see the reflection. Not anymore. Right? That may have been the case, like, you know, a year and a half ago. But now you hold up the mirror and they are, like, they're staring directly at it. And they're like, yeah, I like the way I look. You know what I mean?
Myself, that's what they say about me. It's like, no, I'm just criticizing you. I'm allowed to criticize you and still want good stuff to happen for Palestine.
But
like, I can do
good
both.
stuff. What nobody asked her what that good stuff is. What does she mean? I want good stuff to happen for Palestine, right? Because she could mean that, like, good stuff as in, like, straight up like Viltrumite shit. We just come in and we take over and we as Israel control, like, all of Gaza. You know, they'll be better under us. That's good stuff. Like, that type of shit. Or, like, you know, good stuff like, you know, Palestine being somewhere else that's not on historic Palestine. You know, that's good stuff. Like, what does she mean? I need her to explain her. I need her to explain her position on this. What good stuff does she mean? I want to know. Her good stuff for them is likely the forced expulsion that Trump talked about because nobody wants to be there. I just want her to explain it. I want her to explain it. She's gotten away with too much for too long by being able to sit back and just say, yeah, no, I think I want Palestine to, or Palestinians to, you know, live a good life or whatever. Like, what do you mean by that? What does live a good life mean? What is your, like, how would you define a good life? Like, I want good stuff to happen there. Like, what is good stuff? I need you to explain yourself. Right? Because you can't just say that and be like, you can't criticize me anymore. I want good stuff to happen to Palestine. Because your good stuff and my good stuff can mean very different things. Your good stuff can be you want genocide to happen, which you do. And my good stuff is that I don't want genocide to happen, which I don't. Right? Good is subjective here. Now, if we lay out what you think good stuff is, then we could argue about the merits of what you are talking about. But she always talks about it in such passive terms. You know? Very much like things are currently happening there. And I think some of the things that are happening are just things that happen October 7th. And, you know, I want good stuff to be happening there instead of the stuff that's happening now. Like, come on.
It was really
also, we hit 28,900. We have 100 follows away from 29K. And then we are 1,100 follows away from 30K. And you know what I said I'd do at 30K, chat? OnlyFans. I'm not doing OnlyFans. I'll stop making that joke.
really hard for me to find those moments where she shows that she wants good things to happen for Palestine. The ones I found are in this video. But let's talk about the labels Hila deals with. And could it be that they come from Hila's patterns on the H3
Dye
podcast?
hair? I'm not
Patterns
dyeing
of
my hair. And I'm not doing anything to my hair. 24-hour stream? Did I say baking stream? I might have said a baking stream. Or I would cook something. If I'm following refollow, does that count? No, it does not count. I like how every time I talk about like follows, like there's a different chatter who says that exact same thing. Living burger. I can't even do the burger because I'm not in North Carolina anymore. So cook and eat a 30 patty burger is crazy. Did you say pizza? Oh, I might have said pizza. I might have said pizza. Become an only Marvel rival streamer? That is crazy. I honestly don't derive as much enjoyment out of Marvel Rivals as I used to. I don't know why. I think it's because I hit my goal of hitting Plat 1, and I was like, okay, I'm kind of chilling now. I don't need to like be like Celestial or anything crazy like that.
of deflecting, dismissing, and downplaying Israel's actions.
It's so complicated.
Yeah.
The meta is
From their
annoying now. What's
perspective,
the
it's
meta? Sorry,
these
And downplaying Israel's actions.
It's so complicated.
Yeah.
Do you still play Valorant? I
From
played
their-
Valorant yesterday. I have not played ranked in 3 acts though. Like since they went to like since 2025 started, so it's been like 5 months. Probably longer than that. I have not played a single game of comp. It's just I have not. I need to get back into it. I need to work back into it. Maybe I'll do maybe we'll do a gaming day with friends. You know, I reach out to a few other streamers to see if they have if they are available to play a game, or I go and I be annoying in their chats, and that's my thing. Do you cook a pizza or bake a pizza? You bake a pizza. Pizzas are baked. If it's in the oven, it's baked. Repo? I don't even have repo. Honestly, at this point, it's kind of like on principle. Because everybody has repo, everybody's played repo, and I'm just like, I'm too late to the party. I cook mine. If it's in the oven, it's baked. Right? You can cook a pizza on a stovetop. I cook it a pizza. But like, if it's in the oven, it's baked. Oven bake does baking things. How about deep fried pizzas? Those are cooked. Well, those are deep fried. Actually, it's a different adjective or different verb. Your bro is kind of flavor of the month game. Yeah, yeah. And I'm not the biggest fan of games like that, like meta games. Right? Stream game of the month. I think it's good. I don't think it's bad, right? Because I think it's good for like bringing community back into Twitch. The only time people collaborate on Twitch anymore is when there is a stream game of the month and people just play that game together. Like you have like Content Warning and Repo and what are the other ones? The one where like you're like a YouTuber and you're like recording people, like recording monsters and stuff. Lethal Company, that's good. That's a good one. Yeah, like those type of games. Right, to try to beat the dozen cookie speedrun record. That's not happening. It's already been too optimized. But yeah, like I'm not the biggest fan of those games. Personally. Content Warning is the YouTube monster recording. Okay, that's Content Warning. Would you ever play Slime Rancher? I'm not like anti Slime Rancher. It doesn't feel like a game that I would play on stream. I don't know. I don't necessarily like the fact that like not the fact that games are meta games for like the month on Twitch.
Sean the Black says
right?
He's my African princess.
But instead that I hate the fact that like
Just subscribe.
how once one person drops the game and brings up a new game, everybody just moves over to that game instead. Like essentially, like that game essentially dies. Like nobody's playing like Lethal Company on Twitch really anymore. You know. And so I wish that it was like less of that, but you know that's just life. You know, that's life. But yeah. Ow. Ow. So people still play Among Us, which is wild. So Among Us gets circled back around too, but it's the same kind of thing. They'll play Among Us for a month and then like they'll move on to something else. Did you watch the Context Nuke yesterday with Hasan? Yeah. It's like you just want to play Lethal Company? Not even really. Cause I played Lethal Company like 2 times, right? I just wish there was more longevity to these games. Because it feels like we're just kind of like speed running. Like, okay, everybody, it's like when like you and your friends want to start a Minecraft server and everybody plays for like the first 2 days. And then like one person doesn't show up and then nobody else shows up, you know? And then it just falls out the wayside. Like Power World is a good example. You know, I had a fun time with Power World. Power World was enjoyable, but nobody plays Power World. Right? Just like, yeah, whatever. Power World fell off almost immediately. That's also not true. Power World fell off the same time frame that like content warning fell off, or like a little bit short. Like it was a little bit shorter than Lethal Company, the Lethal Company time frame. You know what I mean? Like it's just it's part of the cycle. Big streamers pick up a game, play it for like maybe a month, and they drop the game and pick up the next game, right? Because the big streamers are chasing the views. The small streamers are chasing the big streamers who are chasing the views, right? And the viewers are chasing the small streamers who are chasing the big streamers who are chasing the views. You know what I mean? You see disparity of Twitch popularity in Steam player stats. I know it's single player, but Blueprints is really fun. I've not enjoyed a puzzle game like that in a while. I have Blueprints. It's actually I have it installed. It's right here. Let's see on my desktop. Let's see what I still use. Terraria. I have not played Terraria. Like I've not even beaten a single boss in Terraria. I have not gotten very far in this game at all. Hollow Knight also haven't beaten. I still revisit Helldivers every now and then. So I'll put it over here. League of Legends I play all the time. Blueprints. I started it, didn't really finish it, so I'll put it in the middle. Balatro I do revisit.
Every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist.
Ark Survival.
Revnada just subscribed. Happy to be here, bud.
Revnada, thank you for the 4 month subscription. Much appreciated. Also, Kiki, thank you for the tier 1. Ark, I love Ark, but Ark Survival Ascended is so freaking bad, bro. It sucks. It sucks. Ark Survival Evolved was so fun. I literally have like 1,000 hours in that game. Sparking Zero, I don't even think I've beaten the freaking story mode of this game, bro. And I was so excited for this game. Or did you make little icon cube? What's wrong with my icon cube? What's wrong with this? You don't put all of your icons in a cube? What's wrong with that? I think it's fine. iCube, exactly. You flint and light that portal. Anyway, sorry, I got so off topic. You on the Oblivion train or not? Isn't Oblivion BDS? Girl, the boycott. Godot. Oh yeah, I also downloaded Godot, but I have not made a single thing in it. So it's just been here. Because I don't have any I'm not creative enough. Also, I have Battle.net installed because I think I installed the trial version of World of Warcraft, and then I played it for like 30 minutes, and then I've never picked it back up. So this honestly might be a me problem. This honestly might be a me problem, as opposed to the current state of games problem. 10 gifted if you play Putt Putt Goes to the Moon right now. Is that a game that I have to pay for? Then probably not. You'd have more fun on Heroes of the Storm. I'll have more fun in freaking League of Legends. Like, honestly, it's sad to say, the most fun I had in the game recently is League of Legends. And I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. The most fun that I've had in a game in a recent time has been League of Legends. Because it's so like not games that I'm used to playing. And so it feels like I'm actually learning and I'm actually trying to like, get better. But like freaking, I don't know, freaking like Terraria just isn't that. You know? It's not. Have you considered chess? Oh. I should have moved this one. I thought I was moving. Okay, I didn't think about that. I was like, oh, I can just take. Oh, okay, wait. This is the wrong. Whatever. Hmm. 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 Nah, that's a bad move. No, then he'll just move this here. But if I take this, then he just takes this. I can't retaliate. If I take this, he just takes this. Then I take this. Wait. Take this, he takes this. Then I take this. He takes this. That's a bad move too. I should just Dr. Lupo this, honestly. Who will know? Who will know if I just Dr. Lupo this? Nobody will know. Nobody will know at all. Just a quick peek, you know? Just a little peek. Also, I have nothing protecting this anyway, so he could always just take this for free. So if I move this here, if I move this here, and that's protecting this. And then I can do this here. And then it's the same thing. Who cares, you know? Oh. All right. Okay. Move this here. Then he can take with this. I take with that. Then he moves this here, and I do this with that. Oh, wait. I'll just take it. So because I have this line closed down, he can't move this way anyway. But this is in the way. If this wasn't in the way, I can just, you know, push him to the edge. But I can't move this one anyway. So also this is also not, so I should probably move this anyway, just in case I need it. Okay. Boom. That bot got nothing on me. That bot got nothing on me. Honestly, 0 blunders is kind of crazy. Whenever I play chess, I have like 90 different blunders. So I'll take that as a W. I'll take that as a W. Just a couple more games. You'll be ready to challenge Gotham. Chess is crazy. Aimbotted. Yeah. Aimbotted. Laughing Leader, what's up? Your email was extraordinarily helpful, by the way. I showed chat this morning. I got enemy spawning to work based on what you said. I appreciate you. Time to add mods to chess. Yeah, W. How did we get here? Oh, Dr. Lupo. We were just yapping. Anyway, sorry. Getting back to the topic of discussion. What is this? Oh, this is a game with you. I can't play with you. I have to log in. I don't have a login. Maybe later, chat. Chess is a child's game, unlike online multiplayer math games. True. Also, you only say that because you were winning at the games.
Perspective, it's like
these. We only got 6 minutes into this video. Okay, focus up, chat. Focus up. This was Marvel Rivals for people back in the day. I've heard.
But they go specifically.
I was here. Enjoy this. I'm gonna go move my clothes over.
Oh, are terrorists, and they have a history of that stuff, and they know they have guns.
And the thoughtful criticisms Hila shares about her self-declared enemies looks something like this.
What is this frame, bro? Why are you just like in the corner?
It's absolutely
Frame
terrible.
Your shit up, man. We changed his background.
I hate
Baby
it.
would love that. Although,
hey, Hasan, I hate
like
your new background.
Frankly. Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you. I think his room looks better with
it
like
makes
Hamas.
no sense.
Or hear about Matt Leeb.
It's disgraceful to participate in a snark page. It is. And
I think it's
Ethan
disgraceful as a...
is allowed to point it out.
And also,
and if that's too much for you, maybe get off the internet.
Right.
And
or at least get off...
maybe don't work for a reputable company like Red and Link. You don't deserve to work there.
Or this very reasonable criticism of Sam Cedar.
Sam Cedar, another one I'm ready to burn.
By the way, Sam Cedar agrees with me. I just saw a clip of him the other day being like, saying that he's two-state.
I don't know.
Two-state.
I don't know if he agrees with you because he also like protects Hasan at all costs.
You're ugly and you're dumb and you're not funny.
Hila and Ethan have repeatedly stated that they oppose Netanyahu and his government.
So here's what I'll say about Israel.
Okay. Run it back.
Hard for me to find those moments where she shows that she wants good things to happen for Palestine. The ones I found are in this video. But let's talk about the labels Hila deals with. And could it be that they come from Hila's patterns on the H3 podcast? Patterns of deflecting, dismissing, and downplaying Israel's actions.
It's so complicated.
Yeah.
From their perspective, it's like these guys.
But they go specifically to people who they know are terrorists, and they have a history of that stuff, and they know they have guns.
And the thoughtful criticism.
Oh, they have guns. Oh, thanks, Hila. What will we ever do without you?
Her self-declared enemies looks something like this.
What is this frame, bro? Why are you just like in the corner?
It's absolutely terrible.
Frame your shit up, man. We changed his background.
I hate
Baby
it.
would love that. Although,
hey, Hasan, I hate
like
your new background.
Frankly. Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you. I think his room looks better with
it
like
makes
Hamas.
no sense.
Or hear about Matt Leeb.
It's disgraceful to participate in a snark page. It is. And
I think it's
Ethan
disgraceful as a...
is allowed to point it out.
And also,
and
as
if that's too much for you, maybe get off the internet.
Right.
And
or at least get off...
maybe don't work for a reputable company like Red and Link. You don't deserve to work there.
Or this very reasonable criticism of Sam Cedar.
Sam Cedar, another one I'm ready to burn.
By the way, Sam Cedar agrees with me. I saw a clip of him the other day being like, saying that he's two-state.
I don't know.
Two-state.
I was like, he agrees with you because he also like protects Hasan at all costs.
You're ugly and you're dumb and you're not funny.
Hila and Ethan have repeatedly stated that they oppose Netanyahu and his government.
So here's what I'll say about Israel. Listen, this isn't the first time I've said it, and I'll say it many more times. The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs. They're led by...
Honestly, this kind of perfectly illustrates their liberalism. Because I think a chatter said it kind of perfectly yesterday in a Hasan stream. And that it's very easy to... They didn't say this. This is my editorializing it. But it's very easy to just categorize Ethan and Hila as like, you know, right-wing reactionaries. But I think that kind of does a little bit to absolve liberals from their own racism, right? Because like it's very easy to be like, oh, if you're racist and you're Islamophobic, you're just a right winger, right? And that's not necessarily the case. You are reactionary, right? But there are liberals who deem themselves or see themselves as, you know, people who are progressive or on the left, right? But when they fail to address their Islamophobia, right, their very clear racist attitudes, right, is where you get like the term progressive except Palestine, right? Now I don't even think Ethan's progressive, honestly. I think Ethan is a liberal. I think he's aligned with like Nancy Pelosi at best. And Nancy Pelosi is not a progressive. Right? But I do think he's a liberal. I do think he is aligned with liberal values, and that includes being racist. Like very to the right of liberal, to be honest. Not even like to the right of liberal. I think he falls under the liberal umbrella. Liberal is a wide tent, especially in America. Right? Especially in America. Liberals are a very wide tent, whereas like as a liberal, you are closer to being a reactionary, a right-winger, than you are to being an actual progressive as a leftist. Right? Which is why they appear so similar. Right? But he tries to hang on to the aesthetic differences between left-wingers and right-wingers, right, to classify that he's not them. This is why he's doing exactly here. He's like, I oppose Netanyahu and his right-wing government while supporting everything Netanyahu is doing, essentially. Only differing rhetorically. Only differing in the minutia. Like, I oppose Netanyahu not because he's pro-genocide, but because he wants to genocide the Palestinians in a way that's different than my genocide. And that is the perfect difference between liberals and conservatives, right? Both reactionary, but having their goals be aligned. Ethan is not against the genocide, even when he calls it such, right? He doesn't even differ rhetorically, he just says that he doesn't like him and he's bad. That's rhetorically different. You know what I mean? I see liberalism as right wing, but wants the good karma from being a progressive or leftist, and they fall apart when they press and become full reactionaries. Yeah, that's liberalism. I never forget what he said about K-pop. What did he say about K-pop?
Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. He's made a coalition of the most like radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis.
They voted against Netanyahu.
You mentioned that we lived in Israel and we voted against Bibi. Even Ethan, we both voted.
Yeah, I was in I think 2 elections, and both time I voted against him.
So like
this should be seen as the same as being like, oh, we voted against Trump. Like, okay, you want a cookie? Good for you. You know what I mean? Good for you. Netanyahu is still in power. A genocide is still happening, and you're not opposing it. Like, I view this the exact same way that I view, like, liberals in America. They're like, well, we voted. I voted against Trump. Okay, good for you. Get your ass back out in the street and march. Start freaking protesting. Where are you doing the work at? Do the work. Your activism cannot stop at just voting. You cannot just invoke the fact that you, voted against, right, the greater of two evils. Therefore, you are absolved for criticism. Because you are not. You're not. And when you spend all of your time yelling about the people who are actually doing the work to fight back against the genocide that you called it such, right? Then maybe you're not anti-genocide. If you spend 99% of your time criticizing the people who are also critical of the genocide, and that 1% of the other time you're like, well, I voted against Netanyahu, then maybe you're not anti-genocide. I think people who don't get is that lesser evil voting means you're still voting for evil. Which, if that's your perspective, then you can have that perspective, right? But you have to understand that that person is still evil. Exactly. You have to at least understand that fact. You have to at least understand and contextualize that, like, yeah, this person I'm voting for is still evil, right? Let me now make sure that there's no evil happening in the future. And again, he's a liberal through and through because he's doing what liberals do in America. It's up. I voted for the greater. I voted for the lesser of two evils, the greater of evil one. I'll see you in 4 years. Goodbye. And that's it. When they invoke, well, we voted against Netanyahu. Okay, sick. And then you didn't do jack shit to advocate for Palestinians. You made one tweet 4 years ago, and that's it. And since then, you have been defending the state of Israel in its continued occupation and genocide of Palestinians consistently. You can't just invoke, oh, I voted a... It would be like... It's just not even a good way to explain this, bro. Because it's very hard to like contextualize this for normal people. You gotta be a good person the other 3 years and 364 days too. Yeah. It's always the issue with lesser evil is that it still posits that both are evil, something libs love to ignore once the election ends. Yeah. I heard someone a while back, a guy running against Netanyahu was more genocidal, but I don't know. I mean, maybe. I also don't know. Right? But I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, the saying that the person that they voted for was less genocidal than Netanyahu. Still genocidal though. Like, find me the Israeli politician that was trying to, like, you know, not genocide the Palestinians. That was running for prime minister.
What do you guys want from us?
And here's them showing empathy for Palestine and being pro two-state solution.
The problem is the extremes on both sides. The Orthodox Jewish people cause trouble, and the terrorists.
Terrorists, yeah. Well, you know,
who do all the terror attacks.
She said the Orthodox Jewish people cause trouble, and those terrorists who do terror attacks also cause trouble. So maybe it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. It's both sides here, you know? And both sides here. Thanks,
on the other side, they cause the trouble. But I feel like
terrorists, yeah. Well, you know,
who do all the terror attacks on the other side, they cause the trouble. But I feel like if you ask most people, especially my age, they'll be like, just do whatever it takes. Just
they don't
do
care.
It, split it, do the two-state solution, do whatever it takes.
And by the way, I find it quite fascinating to see how their public statements and attitude has shifted over time.
A lot of drug problems.
The regular people there are, I mean, everyone feels bad for them, even on, you know, the Jewish side. And they're just...
What can you do?
They're just stuck there.
On the surface, they seem to present
the Jewish side, by the way,
themselves as neutral voices, people who acknowledge the suffering on both sides, distancing themselves from the more extreme Zionist rhetoric.
Yeah, it's being Israel is bombing the fuck out of Gaza right now, which is a horrible humanitarian tragedy that's happening.
But if that's the case, why do so many see them as pro-Israel, anti-Palestine, or even Zionist apologists? They themselves cannot grasp as to why. Could it be because of Ethan and Hila saying things like they want to travel to Israel to show how beautiful the country is and how diverse its people are, all in the midst of a genocide?
We're planning to go to Israel in June with my parents and all the kids. It's going to be such a great trip, and I'm actually really excited to go there. I want to show you guys.
You haven't been there in so long.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hasan and you hear all these fucking like mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, like crazy.
Like many people before me has brought up the comparison to the ANC, but bringing it to like more like at home. Like, imagine if during the Civil War, which is not even a good comparison because like this is not a worse than genocide, but during the Civil War, you had somebody who left the South and went to the North and was like, I'm going to take my kids back to the South with me because I'm going to show them what y'all don't see, right? Everybody's saying, oh, we have slaves and stuff, and oh, we're oppressing people and things of that nature, but you're not seeing the beauty of the South. We have large, sprawling cotton fields and tobacco growing, right? We have beautiful, giant houses that come with their own little shack next to them for free. Like, there's such beauty in the antebellum South that, like, I think you're not understanding. And people are like, it's kind of gross that you're gonna go to like the antebellum South to try to say or how slavery is not a problem. Like, no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that slavery is not a problem. I'm just saying that you're kind of biased right now. You're only getting one side. You're only getting the side of the slaves, right? You're not getting the side of the slave owners, okay? The white people in the South, you gotta get that side. You gotta understand that side and how beautiful it is and multicultural, right? There's a bunch of different people. We even got free blacks. The free Negroes are walking around here. They own their own little shacks and stuff. What's the problem? What's the problem? You're not seeing it for the way that I see it. Like, we would understand that person would be kind of insane. Even though we have those people in America as well. Right? People who do believe that stuff in America. Isn't that legit the reason why government only paid reparations to former white slave owners? I don't know what reason I'd say, but yes, they did do that. Ethan 100% thinks John Brown was a bad guy. He probably made a statement about it somewhere.
You know, like Jim Crow style of society.
And after making jokes about Hasan not going
It's like crazy, you know, like Jim Crow style of society.
And after making jokes about Hasan not going to Gaza for months on end, they kind of seem they want to be a bigger part of their own joke as well.
Currently, we're waiting for like a peace deal or something to go into effect.
Yeah, we put the visit off while the war is
Because we want to come with the kids and...
I don't want them to have to deal with sirens and seeing all that shit.
Aw, poor baby. Poor babies have to deal with the sirens and stuff. That sucks for them. If only Ethan would spare, I don't know, a little bit of time talking about the fact that their children being slaughtered by the country that he's talking about visiting on a nice vacation. If only he would spare a second. It is something I wish Hasan has interrogated him on, right? Hasan, I think, did very well in the debate and has gotten very, very critical of Ethan, especially post-debate, calling him the racist piece of shit that he is, right? But the issue, right? The issue is because Hasan was not as aware of what Ethan has been doing for the last 18 months, right? There were still some things that Hasan couldn't necessarily push on or press on, right? Like Hasan got Ethan to concede that he's like, yeah, maybe I should have talked more about the Palestinian casualties and things of that nature, right? But I would have pressed on Ethan is like, why didn't you? Right? You may have conceded that you didn't talk about it enough, right? You have statistics for everything. Let's tally it up. Let's tally up the amount of times on your stream that you've talked about and brought up, right, the Palestinian casualties and the people that Israel has slaughtered versus the hostages for the past 18 months. Let's count it up. Because you made sure, not even on his stream, but in his own personal YouTube channel, to bring up and weaponize victims of sexual assault, right? Weaponize the hostages that were slaughtered by presumably Israel, let's be real, right? But where were the tears for the Palestinian children? The last time, I may be wrong with this, I'm wrong, I'll apologize and correct me, chat. The last time I saw Ethan cry about Palestinian lives being lost was on Leftovers. That's it. That is the last time Ethan has shed any tears, right? Or put any focus on the Palestinians' lives lost. Ever since then, if he would even talk about it at all, which he doesn't do often, he will say in generality, right? In general, Israel is bombing the fuck out of Gaza. Not that Israel is slaughtering the Palestinian civilians, because that's what they were doing. Not that Israel was bombing refugee camps, giving Palestinians nowhere to go, which Israel was doing. It's just, there are just a lot of bombs being dropped on Gaza. But he's very quick to weaponize the hostages' experience against, and again, I have to point this out, against the will of the hostage families to begin with. And that's another thing that I don't think Hasan was too keyed in on and couldn't push back on, right? The fact that Ethan, even when talking about the hostages, the Bibi's family that was returned to Israel, right, by Hamas, he went against the will of the father who was lambasting the media for weaponizing his story in unverified claims by saying that Hamas strangled the mother and the children with their bare hands, when that wasn't even the claim that the IDF made. The IDF got the bodies, made the claim that Hamas killed them with their bare hands. Ethan editorialized on top of that, saying that Hamas terrorists strangled the babies with their bare hands, which is not the claim that was made. And the father came out and was like, I have not gotten any reports. I have not seen the forensic investigation. Nobody has told me anything about what happened to my family. So can the media please stop using these unverified claims about my family? And Ethan said, fuck you and your family. I'm going to say what I want to say because it serves my purpose. I will use your family and their experience to serve my anti-Hasan purpose. He went further than the IDF spokesperson did. He's the only person, maybe not the only person, but he's the person who made the claim that Hamas strangled these babies with their bare hands. The IDF, and it's so hard to explain this if you didn't see it. The IDF didn't even make this claim. They didn't make the claim. They said that Hamas killed the hostages with their bare hands. They did not make the claim that they were strangled. And Ethan took that and was like, "Oh, I'm going to add on to it to make it sound worse." Like, okay, does anybody have the link of Ethan talking about this? Was it on his Here.
Hi again, everyone. I'm back with a little update for you guys regarding Hasan. First of all, I want to thank everyone.
Yeah, we'll start from the beginning. So you get the full thing. Large Hero 7, thank you for the 8-month subscription.
For watching the content, Nuke, and enjoying it. And I'm glad to see that a lot of people have really resonated with the message. One of those people, unfortunately, is not Hasan Piker, who has continued to spread Hamas propaganda and even elevated his brazenness. Take, for example, the tragic story of the Bibi's family. The dad, 2 kids, and the mom were all taken hostage on October 7th after the grandparents were murdered in their home. The children, 8 months and 3 years old, was kidnapped with their mom, and the dad was kidnapped separately. Hamas murdered the children and their mom in captivity, and recently just returned their corpses.
Which, again, I have to point out, there's no evidence for. Why is there no evidence for this, you may ask? Well, it's because Israel had refused to let third parties, stop me if you heard this one before. Israel refused to let third party investigators investigate the claims that it was making. The people who made the claim that Hamas killed the hostages was Israel and nobody else, because Israel would not let anybody else verify the claims. Israel would not let anybody else, no third party investigator, verify the claims. Now, why is that? Why is that? Just curious. This is why people think that you are a Zionist, Ethan. Ethan is taking Israel's words at face value without any sort of reservation or interrogation. He just said that this is a new video. No, this video came out in February. This video is 3 months old. 3 months old.
Murdered the children and their mom in captivity and recently just returned their corpses to Israel. Let's take a look at how...
Let's point out, that's not even the worst part of what he does here. I want you to listen, right? I want you to listen to what he says.
Hasan reacted to this tragic update.
As music blares, Hamas fighters carry the coffins of 4 dead Israeli hostages. 2 of them children, the youngest to have been abducted on October the 7th. On stage, an offensive propaganda message blaming Prime...
Offensive propaganda message? Offensive propaganda message? Offensive propaganda message?
Hasan has it in his heart somehow to laugh at the coffins of 2 slain children at the hands of a violent...
Like, it's so brazenly dishonest. Just so brazenly dishonest. So I want somebody in chat. I want you to this is the video. I want you to save the video because I want Hasan to see this specific claim that he made when he talks about it today. Because I think Hasan says he's going to talk about it today. He's going to put it to rest today, right? Before it goes to it's put to rest, right? Because I'm gonna forget. I want Hasan to see this specific thing.
Violent terrorist organization. Coffins of 2 slain children at the hands of a violent terrorist organization.
Again, second time, right? Second time makes the claim that Hamas has killed the hostages. I'm sure he's going to prove it, right? This is the second time in 1 minute and 30 seconds that he has made the claim that Hamas has killed the hostages. I'm sure he's going to provide some level of evidence that it was Hamas that killed the hostages and not Israeli bombardment, right? That's what someone who cares about the truth would do, right?
According to the forensic experts, the children were strangled to death.
Israel's forensic experts, number 1. Number 2, listen to the claim that he makes here.
At the coffins of 2 slain children at the hands of a violent terrorist organization. According to the forensic experts...
Also, according to Ethan, like, fuck the mom, I guess. Like, you just children matter.
Children at the hands of a violent terrorist organization. According to the forensic experts, the children were strangled to death, murdered at the hands of Hamas, likely because they didn't know how to take care of 2 young kids in captivity for 2 years. So instead of taking care of them, they chose to murder them.
The war criminal Netanyahu and his Nazi army killed them with missiles from Zionist warplanes. What are we doing? There is no lie here. This is correct. The fuck?
Hasan wants us to believe that the only thing wrong with this is that they called him a Nazi, right? Obviously, it's the way that they're parading around this family of these murdered children, these innocent children. Can he really not see the tastelessness in this?
Does anybody have a link to the... Here. This is what it is. Here.
Follow.
I'm gonna play what he claims one more time, and then we're gonna look at what the IDF themselves had said.
Murder them.
The war criminal Netanyahu and his Nazi army...
The children in his heart...
Propaganda message? Offensive propaganda message?
Hasan has it in his heart somehow to laugh at the coffins of 2 slain children at the hands of a violent terrorist organization. According to the forensic experts, the children were strangled to death, murdered at the hands of Hamas, likely because they didn't know how to take care of 2 young kids in captivity for 2 years. So
that's what he claims. Ethan Klein claims that a forensic expert said that the babies were strangled to death by Hamas. That's what he claims. That is the claim that he's made. Let's see what the IDF spokesperson says about the children that were killed.
Following a forensic examination, we can confirm that baby Kfir Bibas, aged just 10 months old, and his older brother Ariel, aged 4, were both brutally murdered by terrorists while being held hostage in Gaza, no later than November 2023. These two innocent children were taken hostage alive together with their mother Shiri from their home on October 7th, 2023. Contrary to Hamas's lies, Ariel and Kfir were not killed in an airstrike. Ariel and Kfir Bibas were murdered by terrorists in cold blood. The terrorists did not shoot the two young boys. They killed them with their bare hands.
That's the claim that the IDF, who Ethan says is a terrorist organization, made. They made the claim that Hamas killed them with their bare hands. Now, you'd be asking, like, Sean, that's what Ethan said, right? That's what Ethan said. Right? He said that. But no, Ethan said that they were strangled, which is not the same thing. That is not the same claim. That is a different claim. Now, where did Ethan get this from? Where did Ethan pull this out of? No clue. Not the IDF. Ethan has gone further to editorialize what he assumed to happen with no evidence at all. Zero evidence. He went further than what he called a terrorist organization, the IDF. And that's not even the worst part. That's not even the worst part. How to find it? Does anybody have the statement that the father made? This is the one I saw. This isn't the one I saw before. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Report. The Bibi's family has stated that they have received no official details about how their loved ones died and have asked the media to stop publishing unverified reports. The request came after Israeli spokesperson Daniel Hagari, who is this person right here, right? And this is the part. This is the thing they're talking about. Claimed in a televised statement that Hamas militants did not shoot the two young boys; they killed them with their bare hands. He further alleged that the militants then committed horrific acts to cover up these atrocities. Hagari said that this assessment was based on forensic findings from the identification process and intelligence that supported these findings. Added that Israel had shared this information with its international partners, but not a shred of evidence was shared publicly to support any of these claims, and it appears not even with the Bibi's family. Any publication of details, including references to the treatment of the bodies, is against the family's wishes, and we ask this to be avoided, a statement from the family said. The family has not received any such details from official sources, it added. This completes This complete lack of proof did not stop various prominent figures and media personalities from uncritically repeating Israeli military claims. Here is a partial list, right? And it goes into a list of all the people doing it, including Ethan Klein. Including Ethan Klein. This isn't even the only instance of this happening. So just to recap what just happened here. Ethan Klein, against the wishes of the family of the hostages that he's currently talking about, shared editorialized, unverified reports from the Israeli military that he has then added onto with his own conjecture and presented it as fact. Again, against the wishes of the family of the hostages that he's fucking talking about. And this is not even the only time he's done this. This is consistent from Ethan for some reason. There is another example, which I don't know if he talked about in this video. But he talks about it in the content nuke. As a thank you for the raid. That he yells at freaking Denims about. Where's it at?
Hey, man.
Realize how corrupted and...
Was it in Content Nuke? Actually, I don't know if it was in Content Nuke. Yeah, it is. Hasan hasn't even gotten here yet.
Vast majority of people, if not all, who were raped were murdered on the spot, obviously.
Gam Goldstein Almog was kidnapped from her home on October 7th by Hamas terrorists and was held captive for 51 days. Though only 17 years old, she witnessed the murder of her father and sister on that day and is now speaking out about what she witnessed in Gaza as well in a new documentary by Sheryl Sandberg, Screams Before Silence. In new footage, Agam reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hasan, maybe you would like to...
Even the words that he's fucking saying do not agree with him. The words that were just played on the screen did not agree with him. The news station that he is playing said that this person, this hostage, right, spoke about how she saw rape and sexual assault as a common occurrence as the life of a hostage, as a hostage, not on October 7th. She's speaking directly about what she saw being a hostage. And then he plays Hasan saying it doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7th. This doesn't agree with him.
Though only 17 years old, she witnessed the murder of her father and sister on that day and is now speaking out about what she witnessed in Gaza as well in a new documentary by Sheryl Sandberg, Screams Before Silence. In new footage, Agam reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Of the life as a hostage in Gaza. And then he plays a clip from Hasan saying it doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7th.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hasan, maybe you...
And of course the content is cut out, saying it doesn't change the fact that it does not justify genocide, right? But even what he is saying is incorrect. Incorrect. But let's continue.
You would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who were in hiding and heard or saw it happen. And each week, there's more stories coming out. There's a UN report that concludes it happened.
Doesn't matter.
But Hasan needs a rape kit from a mutilated body. It's so vile to deny the suffering and trauma of the victims just because you need your heroes at Hamas to be perfect. This conflict will never end until people realize that Palestinian liberation and Israeli security are...
It isn't even what I was thinking of. Because he's done this consistently. I think it was a part with Denims, where he was yelling about freaking Denims. Because Ethan made the claim that this person that he was referencing, this hostage, right, was raped. That's the claim that he made.
That's where our head...
Jeez Louise, this is just...
having here. This is once again, he's trying...
On Denim's second video, I'm actually... This is a... Where's Denim's main video, or main channel? Is it Denim's TV? I mean, the one where he said that she reported it to a Hamas senior officer and was what the underlying did to her in Gaza? No. The channel supposed to called Denim's Dunks. Jeez Louise, Denims, you need to fix your SEO. Oh, it's just, there it is, Denims.
Denims, by the way, was the real villain of the video. And I think...
Let's see what the CPS call.
Denims, by the way, was...
Denims. Get a load of this dumbass. What a stupid fucking dumb bitch. Holy shit. Yeah, that's defamation.
Clip.
Very good. Go from believe all women to pics or it didn't happen. The vast majority...
Wait, was this an... Okay, this was a stream he did reacting to it. Okay. I know what to look for now. Okay.
No, I don't know what he's referring to.
Not this one.
It's phenomenal.
This one. Did you post this video, chatter? Oh, this is you. Here, we'll get to text on stuff. We'll look at it.
We saw that one. Denims. Get a load of this dumbass. Here's a Hasan orbiter Denims. You guys might not know who she is because she's mostly irrelevant, except she was the main freebooter of when I posted the content nuke. She had like 45,000 live viewers.
For the watch party.
For the watch party that she threw.
The watch party.
She posted, there was posts on Snark and on Hasan's subreddit saying, go watch her instead of giving Ethan views. She even said it at the end of her video, which is not great if you're trying to avoid committing copyright infringement. It's not great.
This is where he was insinuating that he was going to sue Denims for copyright infringement, which is also kind of funny to do as you saying that you watched the entirety of like the content cop. So I guess he just dropped that when he realized that it wasn't sticking. Where's that came from Hasan? Love it, keep it up. Thank you. We need more people who go to Hasan and say that about me one day.
Bad move.
It's not a great look to do that. And it'd be a shame if somebody was, well, this is not great.
It's not a good move.
No.
Just a little advice, Denims, for the future.
And then she's got at the top here, watching Hasan content nuke from Ethan Klein. Everybody get in here. 45,000 views. She usually gets like, I think less than 1,000. What does she usually get? You can look it up on that stream.
What's funny is that...
And then he buttons. Which I think we know what was buttoned too. Right? I don't know if it was here or if it was somewhere else. But like he like insinuated that like Denims was like sleeping her way to the top. Painfully because Ethan doesn't actually care about the victims, just a sad little man using people as a tool to fearmonger and trying to own Hasan. Hasan reiterated constantly that he doesn't deny that rapes assaults happened on October 7th. She's not to the degree that Zionists try to justify the annihilation of Palestinians. Yeah. He called her the B word again. No, this was before he called her the B word. So it wouldn't be again here. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, and then once again, she is an ex-Destiny orbiter. In fact, it's rumored, I think that pretty sure that they had a sexual relationship too. So, I never fucked Destiny. Say what you will about me, but I never fucked Destiny.
You're saying that wasn't your dick in the leak?
Not my dick, buddy. Not this dick. Mm-mm. Yeah, Denims, ex-Destiny orbiter. Very good. Very good.
I'm pretty sure he had to apologize and walk this back, by the way, after this happened. But he didn't button that. He buttoned something else, but he let that in.
Believe all women? To Pixar, it didn't happen. The vast majority of people, if not all, who were raped were murdered on the spot.
Here's the thing, though. We are
So
believing the women who
entire
come...
9 hours of his part 1 reaction. I mean, that's how you do it. Which I need an editor, bro. I should have been dropped my reaction.
forward and talk about their sexual abuse or experiences. I'm not going to believe fucking Biden when he tells me that everybody's getting raped. That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
You realize that that's insane, right?
Yeah.
Obviously.
Dam Goldstein Almog was kidnapped from her home on October 7th by Hamas terrorists and was held captive for 51 days. Though only 17 years old, she witnessed the murder of her father and sister on that day and is now speaking out about what she witnessed in Gaza as well in a new documentary by Sheryl Sandberg, Screams Before Silence. In new footage, Agam reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
Hasan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who were in hiding and heard or saw it
What's
happen.
the problem, fucking bitch? Did you not hear what they said? You respect women? Why are you calling them liars? How fucking cool is that? Say something. You just said you believe victims, but here's a victim right now, a woman, telling you this happened, and you're smiling? What's funny about that?
And each week there's more
Nothing to
stories
say?
coming out. There's a UN report that concludes it happened.
Doesn't matter.
But Hasan needs a rape kit from a mutilated...
Wait, wasn't this disproven? Was this clip from her disproven? Is he going to play the clip of her?
This clip of her first. How do you disprove firsthand testimony? Like, this should be in a museum. Okay. First of all, she's a fucking bitch. Shame on you. Fuck you. How dare you? You say you fucking support women and you sit here and you fucking giggle and laugh at this girl who was raped? And then immediately you say, I believe all women. And they say, oh, wasn't she lying? Like, go to a museum. Put this.
Like, this is what I was trying to get to. Now, trigger warning for insane misogyny. Did Ethan watch his own video? Why is he claiming that this woman said she was raped? Like, why is that a claim that he's making? Because that's the craziest part, is that he didn't even make this claim in the original video. He implied it, right? You feel me? He implied it. But like, she never made the claim. She never claimed that she herself was a victim of sexual assault. The claim that was made in the documentary that Ethan played, right? Which I'll play it again, was that she like was a witness to it. She witnessed sexual assault after October 7th, like while in the life as a hostage. That's what her claim is here in the documentary. The documentary is not claiming that she was raped. She's not claiming that she was raped. Ethan in the content nuke is implying it, but like is not outright claiming it. But now Ethan's like, oh, she was raped though. And you don't believe her. Again, I'll play it again.
witnessed in Gaza as well in a new documentary by Sheryl Sandberg, Screams Before Silence. In new footage, Agam reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hasan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who were in hiding and heard or saw it happen. And
like, yes, like even in the content nuke, Hila Klein calls her a witness, not a victim of rape. So why? And I'll play it so
there's more stories coming out. There's a UN report that concludes it happened.
Doesn't matter.
But Hasan needs a rape kit from a mutilated body. It's so vile to deny.
Like, so when the content nuke came out, he was claiming that she was a witness to the horrific acts. But for some reason, when it's against Denims, that he thinks it's a better argument to be like, oh, she was raped, you're calling this specific person a liar.
Prove firsthand testimony. Like, this should be in a museum. Okay, first of all, she's a fucking bitch. Shame on you. Fuck you. How dare you? You say you fucking support women and you sit here and you fucking giggle and laugh at this girl who was raped? And then immediately you say, I believe all women. And they say, oh, what's
like Mr. Carer about victims, right? Just straight up lying about her experience, by the way. Because it worked. And this is exactly what Hasan was talking about like yesterday and during the debate. Ethan doesn't care about victims of sexual assault. He doesn't. He does not care. He does not care. Does not care in the slightest. Because he will take someone's already horrific experience as a hostage, right? And twist it to serve his own purposes, despite what the victim has said, despite what the documentary that has his own issues has said, and despite what Ethan himself in the past has said. When he feels like he can get a better dunk by just calling this person a rape victim, that's what he'll do. That's what he'll do. That is what he'll do. If he feels like it will be better for his point, right, to lie and exaggerate what happened to the Bibi's family and those children, that's what he'll do. But no, he cares. He cares about the victims. He cares about the hostages. He'll just lie about their story if he gets a dunk or an own on Denims or Hasan or whoever. He's a liar. He's a liar. He is a liar. He's a consistent liar. And yeah, we talked about it before. About Ethan sexually harassing his Boston
got some edgy material here. And
right? This is a consistent thing. A consistent thing for Ethan. Here, I'm gonna say his point. I'm gonna let him say his point.
This should be in a museum. Okay. First of all, she's a fucking bitch. Shame on you. Fuck you. How dare you? You say you fucking support women and you sit here and you fucking giggle and laugh at this girl who was raped? And then immediately you say, I believe all women. And they say, oh, wasn't she lying? Like, go to a museum. Put this there. This is the fucking caliber. This is what's happening in Hasan's community. This is what it is. How can I live in this fucking... We're not... One more time. I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to pics or it didn't happen. The vast majority of people, if not all, who were raped were murdered on the spot.
Here's the thing, though.
Okay, good. Let's get all high and mighty and let's go ahead and question the narrative. Well, I just don't believe Biden. If it was firsthand accounts, I'd believe them. Go ahead and say that shit.
We are believing the women who come forward and talk about their sexual abuse or experience.
I love the righteous indignation. She would never do that.
I'm not going to believe fucking Biden when he tells me that everybody's getting raped.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's insane.
You realize that that's insane,
it's
right?
So crazy. Obvious. Her first instinct being, wasn't that disproven? Imagine that. Imagine someone who says they believe women and supports women of sexual violence, and your first fucking thought after being disproven is that this bitch is lying. And actually continue to stream with a straight fucking face and pretend to be progressive. This is why this whole fucking thing is so hard for Israelis to process it.
Gam Goldstein Almog was kidnapped from her home on October 7th by Hamas terrorists and was held captive for 51 days. Though only 17 years old, she witnessed the murder of her father and sister on that day and is now speaking out about what she witnessed in Gaza as well in a new documentary by Sheryl Sandberg.
Pretty amazing to
Screams
be
Before
immediately
Silence.
disproven. She goes, I wouldn't believe it unless it was firsthand. Here's a 17-year-old whose family was murdered in front of her and she was kidnapped for 50 days and continually raped while being in captivity. Nothing to say?
Read that by me again?
Family was murdered in front of her and she was kidnapped for 50 days and continually raped while being in captivity.
Read that by me again?
Here's a 17-year-old whose family was murdered in front of her and she was kidnapped for 50 days and continually raped while being in captivity.
Now, where is Ethan's evidence for this? It's not even in the content nuke, by the way. This is not even in the content nuke, by the way. Ethan is claiming that this person who was on the screen, who we featured in the content nuke, right? That this person was continually raped. That's not even the claim that he makes in the nuke. He doesn't even make the claim in the nuke. I'll play it again. I will play it again. He doesn't even make that claim in the nuke. He doesn't make that claim. She doesn't make that claim. The Screams Before Silence documentary, which again has its own problems and its own issues, doesn't even make that claim. The only person who makes that claim is Ethan because he feels like he can get a dunk on Denims. That is the only person who makes this claim. Here, this is what he says in the content nuke. This is what he says.
Captive for 51 days. Though only 17 years old, she witnessed the murder of her father and sister on that day and is now speaking out about what she witnessed in Gaza as well in a new documentary by Sheryl Sandberg, Screams Before Silence. In new footage, Agam reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hasan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who were in hiding and heard or saw it happen. And each week, there's more stories coming out.
Ethan himself categorizes this person as a witness in the content nuke. He calls her a witness. He doesn't call her a victim of sexual violence. He doesn't say she experienced sexual violence. He doesn't say that she's a firsthand, like a victim of sexual violence. Ethan fucking Klein, calls her a witness, not a victim, a witness. A witness. Do you notice how quickly that changed when he thinks he can get a dunk on Denims? How he can categorize Denims as a rape denier to the face of a woman? How quickly that changed. This is what he said, right? This was on February 5th. The content nuke came out on January 31st, literally 6 days later. This is how his rhetoric changed 6 days later.
Sheryl Sandberg.
Pretty amazing to be immediately disproven. She goes, I wouldn't believe it unless it was firsthand. Here's a 17-year-old whose family was murdered in front of her and she was kidnapped for 50 days and continually raped while being in captivity. Nothing to say?
Ethan does not care. He does not care about victims of sexual assault. He does not care about victims of rape. He does not care about the hostages. He does not care about the Palestinian civilians. He does not care about the Palestinian children. He does not care. If he thinks it can serve his purpose to dunk on and own whoever he's talking to, he will turn around and weaponize, right? And lie about the experience of people who were victim or horrific crimes to make his point better. He does not care. And this is something that I have not seen anybody talk about. In all of the videos, in all of the exposés of Ethan Klein, this is something that I have not seen anybody else talk about. I mean, Denims brought up this specific instance, right, in this video. Right? But Ethan has routinely and consistently lied about the experience of the hostages to defend the state of Israel or to attack his political enemies. He has. Yes. He's lied. He's lied. He's lying about this hostage's experience as a hostage in Gaza. He's lying about it. That's what he's doing. He's lying. He's lying. Denims isn't lying, right? Like, she's not lying. Ethan Klein is lying. And I think it's so insanely gross. So insanely gross. Right? Not to get like freaking like rad libby, but like as a man, right? As a man, calling women a bitch is already just like crazy, right? But then lying about the experience that another woman had, right? And claiming that she was sexually assaulted when she's never claimed that, right? In order to attack and degrade another woman is insane. 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 And he didn't even need to do it. Why is he claiming that she, and also I want you to understand that even within this conversation, he couldn't even keep his story straight. Right? 6 days prior, he said that she was a witness. Right? And then he claimed that she was raped. And then he claimed that she was continually raped. Right? And consistently raped. Whatever he thinks can make his story sound better, right? He'll just use that. He'll use it, and that's it.
How fucking cool is that? Say something. You just said you believe victims, but here it's a victim right now, a woman, telling you this happened, and you're smiling? What's funny about that?
And each week there's more stories coming out. There's a UN report that concludes it happened.
Doesn't matter.
But Hasan needs a rape kit from a mutilated.
Wait, wasn't this disproven? Was this clip from her disproven? Is he going to play the clip of her?
Does he realize that he has no argument and has to twist it and exaggerate to even have something against his critics? Yeah. And again, he did this with the Bibi's family, right? But that's not, actually, I disagree with that because like he could have an argument, right? He could just do what Israel is doing. Israel's claiming and stating that like the hostages were like the Bibi's family was killed with their bare hands would be enough. Right? It would be enough to make his point. But he's like, no, I need more. Right? I need to go further. That's not enough. It's not enough to be like, oh, Hamas killed these babies with their bare hands. I must say that they were strangled. They were brutally and viciously strangled. I must make that claim. For some reason, he goes further beyond the state of fucking Israel. Like literally, without exaggeration, he's doing Hasbara that puts Israel to shame. Literally. He's saying like, oh, I see the Hasbara that Israel's doing. I need to go further than that. I need to go a step above that. He sees like He sees like this Hasbara of the Screams Before Silence documentary. He's like, that's not enough for me. The Hasbara that you are providing me is not enough. I must go further than this Hasbara. I must now not claim that she's a witness, right? I must now claim that she's a direct victim of sexual violence herself. And then he's surprised when people call him a Zionist. He's surprised when people think that he's freaking pro-Israel. Like, he doesn't need to lie about this. And he's lying about this because he knows that nobody's going to check him. Right? He's lying about this because the only people who have a platform large enough to check him, right, in Ian and Hasan, Ian's not going to get into the weeds and in the depth about Israel-Palestine. And Hasan is not up to date with every intricate thing that he's done and said. So he doesn't have to worry about it. He can swing his dick of like a 25,000, 35,000 concurrent viewer audience around any smaller streamer because nobody who's hitting those numbers are going to check him. There's never any accountability from him, but I do wonder how much of this, of what he's saying, is being influenced by Hila. If they just talk to each other and up the ante over and over. I don't know.
First clip of her first. How do you disprove firsthand testimony? Like, this should be in a museum. Okay. First of all, she's a fucking bitch. Shame on you. Fuck you. How dare you? You say you fucking support women and you sit here and you fucking giggle and laugh at this girl.
Like, I have to imagine he knows what he's doing. I have to imagine that he knows what he's doing. Him being like, I'm the true feminist here by lying about a woman's story to serve my own purposes is gross. And you know who else has done that before, chat? Historically, do you know who else will take and weaponize the experience of women, exaggerate the claims in order to serve their own political purpose to dehumanize entire groups of people? The fucking Klan. The fucking Klan. The Ku Klux Klan. That's who did it. We'll take the experience of women, exaggerate them to justify their lynchings. All the time. Using and exaggerating and expanding the experience of women, right, to justify dehumanizing entire groups of people, to justify their mass killings and exterminations. The Klan did that. The Klan did that. And that's what Ethan's doing here. Ethan is engaging in fucking Klan activities. In real time. In real time. He sees a woman talking about her experience and be like, oh, he touched you, didn't he? Oh, he raped you, didn't he? We gotta go kill him. It has happened historically. It went from he whistled at me to he was looking at me sexually to he touched me to he raped me to we have to hang this person. It is a tale as old as time, and that is what Ethan's doing here. He himself 6 days ago in the content nuke called her a witness. But when he realized that he can use and weaponize her story against someone that he deemed as the enemy, it went from, oh, she's a witness and she witnessed sexual violence as a hostage, to, oh, she witnessed sexual violence on October 7th, to, oh, she was a victim of sexual violence on October 7th. Oh, she was a victim of sexual violence on October 7th, and she was continually raped as a hostage. Do you see a very similar escalation to he whistled at me, he was looking at me sexually, he touched me, he raped me, we must hang him? Do you see the parallel there? Do you see the analogy there? The fucking Klan did this. Men in the Klan would walk around and will use and weaponize the experience of women, exaggerate them to justify fucking hanging people, lynching them. And here comes Ethan Klein in Big 2025 using, exaggerating, and weaponizing the experience of women to justify his insane crusade against pro-Palestinian voices. And I don't know if he has selective amnesia. I don't know if he doesn't remember this. Does he not remember calling her a witness in his own content nuke 6 days ago? Does he not remember doing that? 6 days, literally less than a week later, claiming that she's a victim of continual sexual assault. Did he forget? Or, which is what I'm leaning towards, he's a fucking liar. He's a fucking liar, and he knows he's wrong. And this is the thing, right? He's doing what the fucking Israeli media does. All too often are the hostages that come out and have to beg. They have to fucking beg, and they have to plead, and they have to beg, and they have to plead for the Israeli media to stop fucking lying about their experiences. And they are harassed by Israeli media. The Israeli media apparatus harasses and doxes and sends death threats to hostages once they don't give them exactly what they want. Oh, you're talking about your actual experience as a hostage? Well, you're not saying that, like, we should kill every Palestinian, so we're going to dox you and harass you. And this has happened consistently. Oh, you're talking about your actual legitimate experience as a hostage? Well, you're not giving me what I want, so I'm going to call you a Hamas sympathizer. You have Stockholm Syndrome. And we're going to dox you and harass you. And this has happened consistently, time after time after time again. Israeli media wants these hostages and the victims to exaggerate and to lie about their stories so that they can justify a genocide, going as far as to literally doxing and harassing them and sending death threats to them if they do not do that. And what Ethan is doing here is no different. He's lying and exaggerating about this woman's story to justify a genocide. In this regard, he is no different than Israeli media. No different. And it's so disgusting. It's so disgusting. It's so disgusting. And this is why he gets so mad at anybody who insinuates that there should be a third-party investigation, right, into Israel's claims. Because he's a fucking liar. Because if there was a third-party investigation into the claims that he's claiming right now, they would show that he's a fucking liar. It's so gross. 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 It's so insanely disgusting. It's so insanely disgusting.
Girl who was raped, and then immediately you say, I believe all women, and they say, oh, wasn't she lying? Like, go to a museum, put this there. This is the fucking caliber. This is what's happening in Hasan's community. This is what it is. How can I live in this fucking...
Isaac, thank you for the prime.
Isaac_Unleashed just subscribed.
One more time. I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to Pixar didn't happen. The vast majority of people, if not all, who were raped were murdered on the spot.
Here's the thing, though.
Okay, good. Let's get all high and mighty, and let's go ahead and question the narrative. Well, I just don't believe Biden. If it was first-hand accounts, I'd believe them. Go ahead and say that shit.
We are believing the women who come
We'll cover DICKTONE when I get to it.
forward and talk about their sexual.
I'm sorry, Charlie. This is just more important than DICKTONE.
So righteous.
Or experience.
I love the righteous indignation. She would never do that.
I'm not going to believe fucking Biden when he tells me that everybody's getting raped.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's insane.
You
isn't
realize
it?
that that's insane,
It's
right?
so crazy. Obvious. Her first instinct being wasn't that disproven. Imagine that. Imagine someone who says they believe women and support women of sexual violence, and your first fucking thought after being disproven is that this bitch is lying. And actually continue to stream with a straight fucking face and pretend to be progressive. This is why this whole fucking thing is so hard for Israelis to process it.
Dam Goldstein Almog was kidnapped from her home on October 7th by Hamas terrorists and was held captive for 51 days. Though only 17 years old, she witnessed the murder of her father and sister on that day and is now speaking out about what she witnessed in Gaza as well in a new documentary by Sheryl Sandberg.
Pretty amazing to
Screams
be
Before
immediately
Silence.
disproven. She goes, I wouldn't believe it unless it was firsthand. Here's a 17-year-old whose family was murdered in front of her and she was kidnapped for 50 days and continually raped while being in captivity. Nothing to say? Nothing? You're not going to fucking acknowledge what this...
And the fact that nobody in the room,
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
nobody in the room was like, hey, that's not the claim that was actually made.
Flow just subscribed.
That's not true. That's actually wrong. That's a lie. Like, they know. They watched the content, Nuke. They literally just heard the clip that was played that where Ethan is calling her a witness and not a victim. Thank you for the 4-month subscription.
This happen? She will, to say that she's lying. This is a disgusting human being. She's a vile fucking piece of shit.
In new footage, Agam reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen.
And again, this is gonna get lost in the forest of the lies that he said, but like, he's using the testimony coming from after October 7th as the life of a hostage, as the anchor is saying, to prove rapes happened on October 7th, which is not the same thing. It's just another lie to add onto the pile of lies.
Hasan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please. It's funny. I go, Hasan, go ahead and call her a liar. Here's a first-hand account. And she's like, hold my beer, or whatever that meme is. Hold my fucking rape kit. I'll do it. God damn it. Somebody's got to call her a liar. I'll step up to the challenge. I will accept this task. This bitch is lying. Go right ahead.
Doesn't matter if
It's
fucking
so
rapes.
gross, because like, Denims is not even calling her a liar. Denims is calling Ethan a liar. And that would be correct. Because Ethan is a liar. He's a liar. He's lying about her experience. Denims is lying. What's Denims lying? Ethan is lying. Denims is saying Ethan is lying. Jeez, the freaking Louise, bro.
This happened on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses. She thinks it's funny. Imagine hearing that and smiling. Even as pro-Palestine as you fucking can possibly be. What's funny about a 17-year-old, an innocent 17-year-old whose family was murdered in front of her, kidnapped for 50 days, and continually raped in captivity?
And he says it again. 3 separate times where he makes the claim that this 17-year-old was raped. And that was not a claim that was made. He's wrong. This is lying, and the grift has begun. Yeah, he's lying. He's lying, and he knows it's a lie too. He knows it's a lie. And the reason why I know he knows it's a lie, because in the content nuke, he never made the claim. You would think. Wouldn't that make his claim even stronger? Chat. Wouldn't that make his claim even stronger? Why did he not put that this 17-year-old was raped in the content nuke? To call Hasan a bad person, a rape denier. Why in the content nuke did he only describe her as a witness? He's a liar. He's a liar. He's a liar.
Funny about that because she's Israeli. She's 17 years old. She was born there. Her family was murdered in front of her. And people like her and Hasan and everyone in his fucking orbit can't spare one shred of decency, one shred of humanity. She's going to smile at that.
Most of who were in hiding
Look
and
how happy
heard
she
or
is.
saw it happen. And each week there's more stories coming out. There's a UN report that concludes it happened.
I gotta keep posting this the same image. You know, I'm not clicking on it just for the memes.
Doesn't matter. But Hasan needs a rape kit from a mutilated.
Wait, wasn't this disproven? Was this clip from her disproven? Is he going to play the clip of her saying anything?
What do you need her to say? What is she going to say? Oh, I was lying. What do you expect her to say? I said I was raped, but I was lying.
4 times. We are now up to 4 separate times where he's claimed that this 17-year-old was raped with, no evidence. 4 separate times. He has disregarded her own words to project onto her experiences.
What is it you're expecting to hear exactly? Maybe the onus should be on you to call a survivor a liar to try to figure out if it's real or not. And again, how do you even disprove somebody like that? Her first intuition, a leftist pro-feminist, is to call her a fucking liar. What a disgusting human being she is. And to be proven wrong right in front of her fucking face 1 second later, and to not even acknowledge it and to smile. And everybody watching, 45,000 viewers. No problem here, guys. No problem here. This entire movement is rotten to the core. It is a joke. What is this? And yes, she is a fucking bitch. Somebody that laughs in the face of other fucking rape victims and immediately calls them liars, that's a fucking bitch of...
5 times. 5 times. He's now claimed that this person was raped against her own words.
A person. If not that, then who? She is earning the coveted distinction of being a fucking bitch. Congratulations. Enjoy the distinction. I've come here and I've made the distinction. I have decreed, let it be known, that Denims is a dumb fucking bitch.
Congratulations.
It actually makes me nauseous. By the way, this is the people Dan Clancy fucking promotes on his platform. So let's see here.
And I'm honestly glad that I'm talking about this, because if Hasan does, I don't know if Hasan is going to continue, but if Hasan does continue to watch the content nuke, then when he gets to this part here, y'all can show him Ethan doing this, right? Because I do think more people should see it. I do think more people should see Ethan Klein lying, directly lying about a hostage's victim, a hostage's experience. He's lying. He's a liar. He is the liar. She never made the claim that she was sexually assaulted. Ethan knows this because, again, in the content nuke, he called her a witness. And he lies about it once he realizes that he can dunk on Denims. He's a liar. He's a liar. The same way he lied about the Bibi's family, the children being like strangled viciously by Hamas. He's a liar. He needs to editorialize to make his points. He goes further than like the IDF does. It's so unacceptable. Anyway, if you want to see how Ethan actually treats victims, just, you know, so you notice this is a consistent thing. Trigger warning for absolutely disgusting behavior.
We've got some edgy.
You know what? I'm gonna do this because I don't feel comfortable showing the actual victim. So we're gonna do this instead. I'm gonna put a picture over it. Yeah, you can see Dan's face.
Material here, and watch your hands, because you're gonna get cut up on this one here, guys. You can scar me, but you can't stop me. Now that is
this is Ethan talking about an 18-year-old survivor of the Boston Marathon bombing. 17. I think she's 17 at the time of the picture. She's 18 when he's talking about her. I think.
interesting and very deep and poetic. But what's even more interesting is if we just go a couple pixels down. Boom. That's some good camel toe, girl. Yeah, nothing like making a political statement like showing off that camel hoof, girl. Yeah, let me get down with that shit, boy. Could smell it from here. Shit. Pretty brutal scars. Nothing that a heavy night of fucking won't incur, you know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway, ignoring the camel fucking that fat, juicy, juvenile vagina. Nigga wants to fuck that shit, boy. Yeah. Ignoring that.
Here, no, I'm gonna play this part so you can see Ethan's face. I think it's important you see Ethan's face here.
Yeah. Anyway, ignoring the camel fucking that fat, juicy, juvenile vagina. Nigga wants to fuck that shit, boy. Yeah.
Notable feminist. Definitely carer about her of victims. Ethan Klein. Also, yeah, Hila's holding the camera. Yeah. Yeah. This picture of Dan up. I didn't want to show the victim, so I just pulled the first picture that I had, and it was a picture of Dan. Anyway, we went on a pretty long tangent. We're only 10 minutes into this video, but that's Ethan just not caring about victims. That was an hour-long compilation of Ethan Klein not caring about victims. The hostages, but we still took the word of Israel that they were killed by Hamas. But I think it's very weird why there were still no third-party investigations done, right? And no evidence publicly provided to corroborate Israel's statements and claims. You know, yeah, definitely not a Zionist, guys.
We want to come with the kids and
I don't want them to have to deal with sirens and
yeah,
seeing all that, hearing all that shit, you know?
Or is it Hila's constant IOF apologies instead of finding one critical word about her own service or the IOF in general?
And there's other countries that have mandatory service army.
Very common.
You're just being racist. If you have a problem with the whole country,
Including,
that's
by the way,
racist.
Turkey has mandatory military service.
Yeah,
Unless you're rich
and
enough
my
to flee the
parents were
country.
not the rich kind that will pay to get me out. But even if they were, they would not agree to that because they think it's important to serve like everybody else in the country. I mean, it's a very selfish move to decide, okay, I'm not going to do it, but
You have to
everybody else
understand,
will.
like-
I mean, when you're growing up with constant terror attacks, the army is a necessity.
Yeah. it's just
For
a
one
statement back.
person to decide, I'm not going to do it, is a very selfish decision because
not-
meanwhile you're not doing it, everybody else is doing it and putting their life on hold. Very important years of your personal development, you're putting it on hold to go do this, and it helps nothing with your career afterwards. You finish it, then you start.
First of all, you would also be putting your life on hold because you'd go to jail for refusing mandatory service. And secondly, if it's selfish to not serve in the military because everyone else is putting their life on hold, then how selfish is it to go along with mandatory service and contribute to the oppression and killing of Palestinian civilians? Hila framing the issue that it's simply about mandatory military service is ignoring the unique and highly controversial role of the Israeli military in enforcing occupation. While other nations have mandatory military service, most do not involve an ongoing military occupation of another population. Comparing Israel's conscription to countries that also have conscription, such as Switzerland or South Korea, is ignoring a massive difference, and labeling criticism towards the IOF as racist against the whole country is attempting to shut down the conversation. It's just as Hila said.
It's like, if this is your argument, we're never going to be able to talk.
Well, so far in these few clips alone, you mirrored Israeli government rhetoric by portraying refusal to serve as betrayal rather than moral stance, and you framed criticism for joining mandatory service as racism, despite the IOF's well-documented war crimes. But that's not everything. Let's keep going. Hila seems to deny Israel to children.
People are saying Israel does that on the daily, the idea
I don't. That's not what I'm talking about. See, that's what you're doing. You're excusing people being burned alive and kids being murdered. You're saying Israel does that on the daily. Now, I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. So are you? Are you in favor of an Iraqi terrorist?
Here's my response to that just by showing the following. An article from 2022 states 2022 to become the deadliest year for Palestinian children in the West Bank in over 15 years. An article from 2023 marks the deadliest year on record for children in the occupied West Bank. This article is about 1 month before the October 7th attacks. Now, it is worth quickly disclosing that the next few articles I'm about to show occurred after she said that she denies this. But Hila never seemed to have changed her mind about this, at least not publicly. An article from 2023, after the 7th of October, more than 3,195 children in 3 weeks. In 2024, the Gaza Strip was recognized as the deadliest place on earth to be a child. And finally, since the breakdown of the ceasefire on the 18th of March 2025, the Gaza Strip has left at least 322 children and 609 injured, constituting a daily average of around 100 children or maimed over the past 10 days, according to an article by UNICEF.
Kids being murdered. You're saying Israel does that on the daily. I'm not denying that. So are you?
This kind of disbelief in what Israel is capable of seems to have rubbed off on her husband, Ethan, who portrays the country in surprisingly.
I also know that chatter's a. I don't know if the chatter's a Nazi or what that deal is about, but now they're banned. They're banned.
Positive light.
People are so weird about Israel media because, like, you'll see people all the time being like, even according to Israel media, they said this happened. But then at the same time, it's like, oh, she reads Israel media, so she's obviously brainwashing the Zionists. It's like Israel is a free society with free press. It has the whole gambit.
Range of opinions
sources,
in the press.
Just like America does. You know what I mean?
Israel seems to have a wide range of media sources. Calling it free press is again comfortably painting Israel in a very nice picture. When you are aware that pressures from the government, military censorship, and violence against journalists are a recurring theme, and then you have Ethan calling Israel a free society here, what could it look like when Ethan, whose wife served in the IOF, comfortably states the opposite of what is widely evident? Freedom of speech, assembly, and the right to protest are enshrined in Israeli law, but are they equally distributed? Reporters Without Borders states Israeli journalists identified as Arab face more intimidation while working. Since the start of the war in Gaza, the authorities have intensified repression against these journalists, as well as against foreign and Israeli journalists who deviate from the government line in their coverage of the war. Organized crime networks try to restrict coverage of their criminal activities, and in the ultra-Orthodox media, women are almost completely excluded. Time. In the deadliest period for journalists in modern history, at least 131 media workers have been killed in the Gaza Strip since the start of Israel's retaliation for the Hamas attacks of October 7, 2023. International media groups are alarmed by Israel.
Sorry, chat. I'm kind of stupid. Give me 1 second. I'm kind of dumb.
Israel's main
I need to push some GitHub changes real quick. That's right. I'm doing a little bit of work. Here, watch this.
naming 6 Al Jazeera journalists as terrorists. Article 19. Since Israel's war on Gaza began in October 2023, the devastating impact on journalists has been clear. They have been killed in unprecedented numbers, threatened and harassed. Protecting press freedom remains critical to documenting human rights violations, conveying the voices of Palestinians in both the West Bank and Gaza, and enabling accurate reporting. The Guardian. Jeremy Bowen, the BBC international editor, has accused the Israeli government of blocking journalists from Gaza because of scenes they don't want us to see. Despite all of this, Ethan and Hila continue to paint Israel as a bastion of free expression, and then Hila continues to reinforce a sanitized image of Israel, brushing off any real concerns about press freedom and safety.
I can't get any security assurances against Israel, obviously.
Well, bro, it's not like
Israel
Israel.
that is worried
Look,
about.
it's not like Israel's going to do a precision strike on Hasan. They don't.
Yeah,
but it is dangerous. It's a war zone. Like I agree, it's dangerous.
Sure, it's a war zone.
They may.
But what?
He was in the running for anti-Semite of the year. They may.
Nah, it's
I
a
don't think you
different
guys
road.
understand
Yeah, it's a
Israel. It
different
doesn't work
road.
like that.
They're not.
Oh, it doesn't work
3
like
days
that. Oh, it doesn't work like that. That doesn't work like that.
The stream, American Al Jazeera journalist Hossam Shabat and Palestine Today journalist Mohammed Mansour were killed by the IOF.
I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
As if the country is incapable of such actions, even though reports from groups like Reporters Without Borders, Human Rights Watch, and Amnesty International show otherwise. Here,
Like any amount of respect that I could have for AB for pushing back even a little bit is completely lost when you realize that he's still cashing checks, you know? Like he'll be like, oh, maybe Hasan is you know, will be talking about Israel, who knows? And his bosses are like, no, he wouldn't. He's like, you're right. No, he wouldn't. You're right. No, you're totally right. No, he wouldn't be. He wouldn't be targeted. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? That I just. It's kind of gross in my personal opinion. Sorry, I'm also doing work. He says that him being a pushback voice on the pod is important, which is why he shouldn't quit. We'll get to AB's videos in a little bit. But like, I would agree with him if he actually pushed back, but he doesn't. You know what I mean? He doesn't. Like that may have flew, you know, November 2023, December 2023, January 2023. But if you are pro-Palestinian, right? If you are pro-Palestine and you see your bosses, both of them, doing Hasbara to an insanely large audience, and you continue to decide to stay, I'm not saying you can't do it. But I'm going to say that you need to, you have to take, right? You have to take it on the chin when people criticize you.
here are some more cases that really prove that Hila knows what she's talking about. In 2003, American student and peace activist Rachel Corrie attempted to stop the demolition of a Palestinian home by standing in front of an Israeli bulldozer. Despite her non-violent protest, she was tragically killed when the bulldozer ran her over.
I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like
Jay Brody, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated.
And in response, there were, or even still, Facebook posts from Israelis making fun of her by making pancakes with her face.
It doesn't work like that.
According to Al Jazeera, a report states the Israel-Palestine conflict to be the deadliest conflict ever for journalists. More journalists have been killed in Gaza than in both world wars, Vietnam, Yugoslavia, and Afghanistan combined, says the Cost of War Project, with Israel's war on Gaza having killed 232 journalists.
But what?
And I will say it once again, CPJ stated that since the war began in 2023, this has been the deadliest period for journalists since the CPJ began gathering data in 1992. Hila seems to imply that critics are uninformed. Why would Hila so confidently believe that Israel wouldn't bat an eye with Hasan coming to Gaza as a journalist? He happens to be one of the most prominent critics of Israel and quite a large voice for Palestine. Could it possibly mean that you might have a more biased view of the country when you are from there and have lived there for many years of your life?
He's never been to Gaza, never been to Israel. He doesn't know shit about it.
No, he doesn't.
He does not. But he talks like with such authority. Oh my God.
Maybe. Then someone in the chat calls Hila a child, and she says it's crazy.
Bloodthirsty, vile children killers are dreaming about getting people killed. What a surprise.
What reality do they live in?
It's literally just a silly joke.
I mean, can we all agree that it was a mistake for Hila and Ethan to start reading chats from a Twitch streamer that they have been obsessively harassing? While the statement is incredibly hyperbolic, it does stem from the fact that she served in the IOF, even if she had a non-combative role. And yet she continues to read the chat and start to infer that these people are just being anti-Semitic.
It's also like the Jews run everything kind of vibe I'm getting, because like, yeah, we'll send him to Israel and we'll get somebody to kill him.
But what could be the most shocking part in all of this is when Hila seems to be on the verge of revealing something she didn't intend to.
It's not a war zone, it's a genocide.
Monster 1 and Female Monster 2.
Oh, it's not a war zone, so we can't say that it's a war zone? That's not...
It's not a war zone, it's a genocide. And I said that last time I saw this clip too. Oh, here's Louise, bro.
Woken up?
He's going to say it's not a war zone, it's a killing field.
No, that's what he's saying. It's not a war zone, it's genocide.
Okay, you can go.
Okay, call it whatever you want. It's dangerous. I admit that.
Call it whatever you want. Okay, dude. All right, sure. Oh, I'm dumb. Where's this title? It should be Doc. Okay.
So disgusting.
Hila seems like she is mocking or downplaying the fact that the situation is a genocide, as if calling it a genocide is just about semantics rather than acknowledging the reality of mass civilian casualties and displacement. So would Hila also mock the wording of these doctors that have seen it firsthand?
I've worked in a number of conflict zones in different parts of the world. I was there at the time of the Rwandan genocide. I've never seen anything on this scale, ever, and that was also the view of all the experienced colleagues that I worked with.
In northern Gaza, with the military offensive that's been happening by the Israeli forces there, we're seeing clear signs of ethnic cleansing as Palestinian people have been forcibly displaced.
Thank you for the prime. Much appreciated.
Trapped and then...
Also, chat, how close are we to 29K? 1,050 away. Probably not gonna hit today.
Bombed.
Then Ethan's quick dismissal with,
okay, call it whatever you want. It's dangerous. I admit that, right?
Reinforces this unwillingness to critically engage with the term, reducing a grave reality to a matter of preference rather than addressing its implications. After mocking Hasan for clarifying that it's not a war zone but a genocide, what are her thoughts on Holocaust survivor Arya Nair, who says this?
You have concluded that Israel is guilty of attempting genocide.
Yes.
That's a very heavy charge.
Yes.
So one could raise a question. Is Hila dissecting Hasan's every word because he's crowned the H3 podcast's mortal enemy? Or is there something else at play? Like a deeper discomfort with anyone who speaks out for Palestine? Because when nearly every pro-Palestinian voice...
Jay Brady, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. Also, chat, if you don't know, you can go to YouTube. Because I dual stream on YouTube and on Twitch. If there's an ad happening, you can go to YouTube to watch the stream while the ad's playing, and then just come back after the ads are done.
Ends up labeled as anti-Semitic or a token Jew, it becomes a pattern. For example, there is Matt Leeb, a Jewish man himself, comedian and pro-Palestinian.
Is saying in the sub clip, oh, he's about to get the Henny. You don't know. Let me see. DJ Academics. Kendrick dropped.
I think this would be the best way to close.
Who is this guy?
Give the prop. They got me feeling like I'm academics. Taylor, okay?
This was the best time on the internet, chat. If you weren't here, if you weren't on the internet when this was happening, it was so fun. It was so fun.
What? Are y'all trolling me? Kendrick did not drop, bro. Not again, bro.
Not again, bro.
Today,
a fucking again?
Okay, this isn't the one.
Bruh.
I think it was we Meet the Grams drop. I do want to see this too.
Bruh. It's like this nigga's in my chat. It's like he's watching my stream. It's like we can't even get a moment to like, yo, hey, nah, Drake dropped a good one here. I know we gonna get, he's dropping again. Bruh. Did this nigga make an album filled with diss songs?
Sean the Black says she's my African.
Freckles
What's up with this
0389
shit, dog?
just subscribed. The stretched camera is so fucking funny, I'm sorry.
True. Freckles, thank you for the 2-month subscription.
What in the fuck is going on? I was even trying to go live on Twitter today, but now I got to. Let's listen to Jesus Christ. What?
Okay, let me see if I can find his reaction to Meet the Grams. Okay, I'm not finding his reaction to Meet the Grams. It's this one. Wait, this is one I was just watching.
Psst, I see dead people. Hey, Mustard on the beat, ho, Debo, any rap nigga.
Oh my God, DJ Mustard is in this too. Add him to the op list. God damn it.
Add him to the op list is crazy.
Hey, Mustard on the beat, ho, Debo, any rap nigga. He a freak though, man down. Call out Amber Lambs, tell him about the Bible on him.
Okay, no, this isn't it. Here, let me find it. Where's it at? Okay.
Who really bang except my nigga YG? You know who really bang except my nigga Chuck T?
10 minutes before the Kendrick drop.
You know who even bang except out there CB? And nigga say, I'ma started reaching for my waves. Wish one of my so-called niggas, wish one of my so-called niggas, wish one of my so-called niggas need a share from the clip. Always knew I had to smoke y'all niggas.
Nah, that's my goat. Nah, that's my goat. Nah, that's my goat. I just want to let y'all know. That's my goat. Sliding, stand on business. He told y'all drop. One more time. Drop a 50 bag for the, oh shit. Why y'all trolling that Kendrick drop? Somebody said Drake posted something?
I play this record on repeat. You always been a bitch to me. Looking in the mirror.
Yo, I forgot Kendrick did. I forgot Drake did this. He released an Instagram only song.
Embarrassed. Stop talking. How
I
you
totally
gonna
forgot.
stare
So forgettable.
Is this another song?
And then his chat's going crazy saying Kendrick dropped.
What the fuck? Yo, I just looked. Kendrick dropped too. Oh my God, this is crazy. This is crazy.
Dreams come true, Crody. This is where you die.
Okay, that was good timing.
Was that it? Was that it right there? Oh my God, it's going down.
If you ain't.
Oh my God, it's going down. I don't know how to feel. I'm about to have a heart attack.
And this was Meet the Grams too.
I know my address. If I pass out, just call an ambulance. Just send him here. No fucking way. What Kendrick say? Kendrick dropped immediately? No fucking way. No fucking way. No way.
Dear Adonis, I'm sorry that man is your father. Let me be honest. It takes a man to be a man. Your dad is not responsible.
Man, what the fuck is going on right now, bro? What is the fuck is going on? Drake just dropped on YouTube, and he dropped a little preview snippet on Instagram, and you're telling me that Kendrick dropped again? The fuck are you telling me?
Oh, it's way later. Okay. It's at 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Here.
Child, give him grace. This the reason I made Mr. Morale. So I bet.
What the fuck, man? What the fuck? This thing is coming some random shit like this, bro. What the fuck? Bruh! The fuck is he talking about? What the fuck is he talking about? What the fuck is this nigga talking about? I was vibing. Drizzy responded. I'm cooling. Having a good time. I was about to go get the Henny. What the fuck did this Kendrick nigga drop and start talking about?
That's my sub alert. He was about to go get the Henny. It's so funny. That's my sub alert. That's how we got here in the first place. Chat was asking what was the sub alert? What was he saying?
Man, what the fuck? This thing is coming some random shit like this, bro. What the fuck? Bruh! The fuck is he talking about?
It's so funny.
What the fuck is he talking about? What the fuck is this nigga talking about? I was vibing. Drizzy responded. I'm cooling. Having a good time. I was about to go get the Henny. What the fuck did this Kendrick nigga drop and start talking about?
Yeah. That's the alert sound. Jeez Louise, we're 30 minutes in. We are 20 minutes in. Okay, focus up, chat. Jeez, stop distracting me. Focus up.
In voice. Or, according to Hila and Ethan,
one of these guys who's like, he's Jewish, and he loves that because he allows himself to be tokenized to the max.
Yeah.
And in response to Matt Leeb's speech in a pro-Palestinian rally, Hila's feedback sounds like this.
You're not special for wanting peace. You know that, right?
Just keep in mind, guys, Ethan and Hila always pretend to stand for a peaceful solution. But even in a peaceful speech of a fellow Jewish man, they find something to mock. Is it because he speaks up for Palestine?
I am so proud to be marching with so many
crash out of the bathtub? No, I am a normal person. What does this even mean? What do you even... None of these words are in the Bible.
Gentiles of all ages, races, genders, and nationalities who are brave enough to demand an immediate ceasefire.
Yes, this man is so brave. Just speaking objectively, what is brave about what he's doing right now? He's
Who is
there
he demanding it from?
From
Israel.
Question, I don't know.
Okay.
Karen Bassin? I don't know.
I'm not speaking to you as a representative of all Jews. I am a bad representative.
He's talking about like the mayor of LA, Karen Bass.
Why'd you even say that? It's like, bro, he's playing the token card.
Wait, so you're saying that Jews don't want ceasefire?
No, he says, I'm not a representative of all Jews because he's probably
Yeah, but so far all he said that he wants ceasefire, but then that does not represent all Jewish people. I'm the one that wants ceasefire, but not those other Jewish evil people. Like, what do you think everybody wants, dumbass?
I came from a secular family, and the closest thing I got to a bar mitzvah is when I was 13, and I one time saw my dad send back soup for not being hot enough at the cafe in the Holocaust Museum. That was the thing that happened.
When does he start talking about how do we get ceasefire?
We're getting there, apparently. What a hack. He's a comedian, by the way. Quote unquote. He gave back soup at the Holocaust Museum.
Wow, you guys, so far you're so brave to be there and tell jokes and just
And the
get
Holocaust
applauded.
Museum.
Really brave.
Don't get me started on the Holocaust Museum. Or like the Museum of Lies. Actually, that's funnily not even... This guy's so fucked.
Well, we were at the stupid museum.
Yeah, I remember.
And I saw that you weren't interested, and I wasn't also.
It was the Holocaust Museum.
I do not represent all Jews. No single person represents all Jews, as no single state represents all Jews, especially not the state of Israel.
This is another weird thing.
Oh my God.
Israel, this is a lie that I see Hasan and people pender. They say that Israel's going to war on behalf of Judaism. They have never, I don't believe.
Are Matt Leeb's words so out of line as they portray? Let's listen to Holocaust survivor Stefan Kapos, who spent his childhood in hiding during the Nazi regime and lost 15 members of his family in the Holocaust. Here he talks in an interview from May 2024 where he says the exact same thing as Matt Leeb in his speech.
I say this as a Holocaust survivor, that the genocide in Gaza is not happening in my name and in our name.
So I know Hila was bored by the Holocaust Museum, but Witchy also pushed back against this Holocaust survivor for saying exactly what Matt Leeb did, that Israel doesn't speak for all Judaism. In Hila's eyes, Matt Leeb is doing a terrible job advocating for Palestine. This man is like a teddy bear. How can you tear apart a 2-minute fun and moving speech into a hateful 8-minute analysis? And sure, Hila says she wants peace. She said it herself.
Everybody's asking for a ceasefire. That's not brave. What do you mean? You want to be brave?
What does he think that I want and you want?
He said it. They say, and they want us, we want all Palestinians to die. That's what they say.
Why would anybody think that? When did I ever say anything like that, indicate anything like that? And why would they think that anybody in Israel even wants that?
That's a different question. But also, the criticism of Hila and Ethan are not that they want all Palestinians to die. Like, whether or not that's true or not, who knows, right? But that's not what they are criticized for. Right? They are criticized for doing Israeli propaganda, for defending an apartheid regime, right? For trying to deplatform, you know what I mean? Trying to deplatform pro-Palestinian voices, things of that nature.
Everybody just wants to move on and be able to live their life. Everybody wants peace. You're not special for wanting peace. You know that, right?
He's brave. Yeah, I love how he
that's like the obvious take.
But if this is how she reacts to pro-Palestinian voices, then how much weight do her words really carry? They don't only go after public figures like Matt Leeb, but they also go for small content creators like this girl from TikTok. Out of respect for her privacy, I won't show her, but I will give a short summary on what her TikTok was. She describes a complicated and deeply emotional reaction towards her own Jewish community. She talks about seeing a group of Orthodox Jews, and her immediate thought wasn't just about shared identity, but about where they might stand on Israel's actions.
I don't want other Jewish people to think that I hate them, because that's not the case. I have lost so much faith in my own community, and I no longer feel this connection.
That internal conflict led to a moment of discomfort and even anger, not out of hatred for Jewish people, as she's really careful to clarify, but from frustration over the lack of support for Palestine. It's not about rejecting her.
Okay, I will say. I was thinking, like, should I say this or should I not say this? Because I think it's. I feel this way when I see the black community doing, like, those button popping challenges. You know what I mean? I lose faith in my own community. So I understand where she's coming from. I get it. I understand. I see 20v1s and I feel exactly like that. I'm like, I lose faith in my own community. I'm like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? We need to be doing better.
Her identity, but about grappling with how it intersects with her morals and political stance. And this is how Hila's husband portrays the situation.
I saw this TikTok that blew my fucking mind. This girl, she's on a train in New York, and she's like, I saw these Orthodox Jews on the train, and the first thing I thought was, are they Zionists? Get the fuck away from me. I'm like, you hate Jewish people. And that had like 160,000 likes on TikTok.
Wait, didn't Ethan say like the exact same thing?
So what am I supposed to think as a Jewish person when this is a celebrated opinion, to be on a train with Jewish people and your first thought is, get the fuck away from me, without knowing a single thing about them, without talking about them? That's anti-Semitism. I'm sorry to fucking spell it out.
That's an interesting take on her feelings. The host of Hila's podcast only missed all the context while she sat there with a raised eyebrow. Zero comment from her. Ironically, it was actually Hila who ended up echoing the very misrepresentation Ethan tried to push about the woman on TikTok.
I mean, I could take these guys a little bit more seriously if it wasn't for this curly ass these fucking double curls.
Yeah, that is disgusting.
It's just goofy.
But also, come on, wearing a full suit in the summer.
You know what? Whatever, dude. Whatever they want to do is fine. But
they stink the whole place for everyone.
Labeling non-anti-Semitic people as anti-Semitic says more about the person doing the labeling than it does about the people being labeled. It also shifts the conversation away from the actual topic, Palestinian human rights, occupation, etc., and puts the focus on alleged bigotry. But that's convenient, right, Hila? No one is allowed to talk about it anymore. Everything is anti-Semitism, or as Hila calls it,
anti-Semitism.
And if it were up to you, you would also love to see Matt Leeb fired for daring to talk to someone who got to you by trolling and IDF soldiers in a video game. And if you justify your words with the alleged CPS call that was made to the Klein's house, who half of the internet is responsible for apparently, keep in mind that Matt Leeb had bad empanada on his show way before that happened, and also that YouTube is full of compilations of you guys harassing everyone left and right. Another instance of Hila using her words to show her deep-rooted empathy of the suffering of Palestinians is during the H3's Cope stream for Trump's inauguration day.
Just the other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about, and he fired him because they had a disagreement, and that's like so Trump quoted.
Like, why does she need to call him a really good guy? That never made sense to me. Like, if I'm talking about somebody that I don't really know, I'm not going to call him a good guy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, a good guy is something that I say about somebody who I am positively associated with, not somebody that I'm neutral about. And her response being like, oh, I didn't know about all the other stuff. I just knew he wanted to end the war. Yeah, but good guy implies that you knew him a little bit more personally. You know what I mean? It implies that you were familiar with him. So that's just weird to say about someone you don't know. It's like someone walking down the street, right? It'd be like, hey, that's a good guy right there. And then someone's like, that's a serial killer. He's like, well, I didn't know much about him. Then why'd you call him a good guy? Unless you knew who he was, you agreed with him. That's just not a descriptor that I would use to describe somebody who I don't know. You know what I mean?
Now, I know Hila doesn't like to hear people mention this because, in their opinion, they have dealt with the situation accordingly and put it to the books.
Narc's greatest hits.
Yeah,
this is Narc's greatest hits.
Let's look into this a little deeper, and whilst we do that, keep in mind how she repeatedly tries to discredit the opinions of non-Israeli people who speak on the matter.
I think Ethan has a lot of credibility to talk about it. He lived there for 5 years and he's married to an Israeli.
No, you care about...
It's not funny to like sit in America and think that you know better than somebody who lives in Israel.
Yoav Gallant was a military officer that served as Israel's Minister of Defense and was also the same guy that said that he had ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no water, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals and we are acting accordingly. Gallant's declaration of a complete siege where he cuts off all of these necessities amounts to collective punishment, which points to a potential breach of Geneva Conventions.
I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
Calling an entire population human animals is deeply disturbing.
A really good guy did it.
Dehumanization is a key tactic used to justify ethnic cleansing.
Shouldn't have used that word. That was a bad choice.
Alas, Ethan would soon find the error of their ways and created an apology video for this wrongful judgment. Now, usually apology videos are titled things like this. So what title do you think Hila and Ethan chose for their video? Here are 4 options. What do you think it's going to be? Making things right. Let's move on.
Hasan! I think it's that. Just Hasan. But with like 17 different S's.
Oops, I just like the vibes. I'm suing. Which of these very realistic titles is going to be the title for the video where they apologize for the mistake of calling...
Trick question, none of the above.
Gallant
a really good guy.
Time is up. The answer is yes. The video where you can find Hila apologizing and explaining why she said Yoav Gallant, a far-right genocide enabler, was a great guy, is titled Hasan is a Weasley Little Liar.
I knew it. I knew it. I told you. I know these people too well. I know these people too well. Too well. I've seen... There's not much about this entire discourse that I haven't seen. That I just come on. Come on. That's crazy. That's crazy. Pre-watcher, I did not chat. You've seen me cover all of this. You see me cover this video specifically. Because I remember opening up the video and then checking to see if he said sorry at all. And he didn't. He did not. There's no I'm sorry. There's no I apologize. There's no my bad. There's no oopsie daisy. He does say my fault, but only to say not my fault in the video. So watching this reveal killed me.
Stuff writes itself. So let's have a look at Hila addressing this error.
Hello. I'm here to address something that happened on Thursday's show.
Okay.
We were doing our post-election cope stream, and...
Okay, hold on a second. Where is Hila? Why do we have this guy talking about this when Hila was the one that said...
A really good guy.
...cabinet, who just yesterday was fired by Netanyahu because...
The one that said...
A really good guy.
...cabinet, who just yesterday was fired.
Oh, I thought you could see her head peeking out. That would have been pretty funny.
By Netanyahu because he wanted to end the war. And Netanyahu wants to continue the war, and therefore he fired him. Once he was fired, people in Israel took to the streets and are protesting, being the good thing.
Okay, here is when she comes out to talk. We are 4 minutes in. Now, I'm just gonna put this over here and okay.
I feel like the reason I brought it up was mainly to express the frustration with Bibi and him firing the one guy that was somewhat, attempting at moderation. It wasn't really so much to say Gallant is a good guy. I shouldn't have used that word. That was a bad choice on my part, considering stuff that he has said that I was not even thinking of. Really coming from the concerning feeling of like, we have Trump in office and Bibi just fired the guy that is opposing him. That's all I was trying to say, but I do understand that was not a good choice of words and I would not have said that again. So I'm stepping away for a little while from being on camera and being on the podcast. It's too much and it's not fair for everybody. And yeah.
So, 52 seconds and 96 milliseconds of Hila apologizing. She's gone now, and we're 5 minutes in. The video is 14 minutes long. What could you possibly be talking about? Oh, right. The video is called Hasan Piker is a Weasley. Okay.
Also, she didn't apologize. I didn't hear an I'm sorry in there. She just said, I shouldn't have said that. Wouldn't say it again. That doesn't seem like an apology to me personally. But what do I know? Maybe I misunderstand what an apology is. Ethan would know. He got an S+ rating or an A+ rating for an apology. Whatever happened to that apology guy, chat? Oh, I'm wondering. I'm curious. Whatever happened to his Instagram? Totally unrelated.
What a fucking liar, dude.
Yeah, never mind. But if you can spend hours on a podcast but can't even take more than a minute to sincerely address your mistake and be the one that explains the error, it just makes you such a qualified speaker on the topic. And then this guy,
Little fucking liar.
to explain your wrongdoing, it doesn't look like a good time to outsource accountability. Kudos to H3 for recognizing that you just praised the genocide enabler. From all the feedback you received from the people, that's a thumbs up on their video from me. However, the explanation for this error sort of exposes their neglect in informing themselves of what's going on. This is what Ethan says before Hila makes her appearance.
Later, for whatever reason, this is the same guy who's advocating for the war to end in Israel. And Hila, looking over the news, sees that people are rioting, that people are upset, and that people who want the war to end are upset that he got fired. And that's basically all that happened. We're talking about the fact that he's the only person that wants to end the war. And I personally...
Okay, so Ethan's own admission is that Hila looked at the news, saw people were rioting, and was like, yeah, I'm with them, without doing any more research. They knew that people were also rioting, like, for pro-rape, right? There were like pro-rape riots that were also occurring in Israel. Did she look at that too and was like, yeah, I'm for that too? She didn't do any maybe she should, like, I don't know, think about things before saying them. Potentially, I don't know. Maybe that's too far. Maybe that's expecting too much of her to be like, oh, let me read past the headline to see what people are actually talking about before I make a statement on my 100 freaking or multi-million, tens of thousand concurrent viewer podcast. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's expecting too much. Rip Joe Rogan? Did Joe Rogan die? I don't believe it.
We don't understand how that's not relevant. Here from The Guardian, a left-leaning newspaper you guys all probably know. Here's a headline. Benjamin Netanyahu fires Defense Minister Yoav Gallant.
I don't doubt Hila and Ethan would like for the war to...
he's still alive. It would be #1 on trending if it actually did happen. Joe Rogan, still alive.
And she was operating off of the fact that this man had stated he wishes the war to end. But what does this say about how you read news articles and interpret them? Because from what Ethan said...
Oh my goodness, why are there so many videos, bro? Why are there so many videos?
I was in Ethan Klein's and Hasan Piker's debate. Ethan played a clip of Hasan react.
Oh, I should do this next time too. I was in iDubbbz' Content Cop. I gotta start inserting myself into these dramas. So I gotta get your video out soon. Honestly, I think the section that we did earlier today about Ethan just using stories of victims, cutting that down into a video and posting that. Because I think that's something that has not been talked about enough. Maybe. Also, y'all can always do it, you know what I mean? Any money you get off of my face, you can keep. Until I sue you to get all that money back. Got him. Sorry. MB Shark, they for 5, get the subs. Much appreciated.
To a video of mine in which I refuted Ethan's dishonesty and...
Oh, sorry, wrong video.
on behalf of Hila here, it sounds as if they're just reading headlines and calling it a day. And what was that about a certain someone that doesn't know a thing about this conflict?
He doesn't know shit about that conflict. He's never been to Gaza, never been to Israel. He doesn't know shit about it.
No, he doesn't.
He does not.
However, when confronted with this topic and moment once again in iDubbbz's Concept Cop video, she seems to have a different reason as to why she said that.
I want to explain it because people bring it up non-stop. I apologize for it right away. When Ethan made a video to address this on his Ethan Klein channel, I
Next day,
made a quick appearance in that video just to say, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I shouldn't have called him a
She
really
didn't
good
say I'm
guy.
sorry.
I don't know why I said it like that.
I can't let that slide. She did not say I'm sorry. That is a lie. That is not a thing that she said. She said, shouldn't have said it, wouldn't say it again. It's not an apology. No acknowledgement of harm.
That the point I was just trying to make is that Bibi fired him because they were disagreeing.
Here, you don't need to paraphrase it. Let's watch it.
Yeah, why do you have to cut her off, dude? Let her cook. Okay, that's quite different from your explanation when you apologized. Ethan said that she was just reading headlines saying that
She didn't apologize, but whatever.
They want the war to end. Hila then said that he was the only one that attempted moderation, and now she says that the point she was trying to make was that Netanyahu fired him because they were disagreeing. What were they disagreeing on? Let's take a look at the point she was trying to make in the original video.
He looked mean.
Bunny Firefly, thank you for the prime.
It was mean just because he looked mean.
No. Well, the big disagreement was that people are fighting for the Orthodox Jews to get drafted as well to the army because they're not.
Motherfuckers, dude.
But Israel
on the H3 sub, like actual morons. That's not surprising. Real quiet since the debate, as per usual. That dude actually been hiding the shadow for far too long. I'm not even convinced he actually exists. I mean, they're just trolling.
That's an issue.
Yeah, the Orthodox don't serve.
They don't serve.
Yeah, it's like Amish people too. They don't do that.
But everybody else has to. Everybody has to do it.
Sure.
So it's like, what the fuck?
Dude, the Orthodox are such leeches there.
Oh, you're saying Orthodox Jews in Israel?
Yeah.
Don't serve? I thought that like everyone had to.
Exactly, except the Orthodox.
Oh,
and then
because they need to sit and pray for God all day.
Never mind, it's a dislike now. So just to be clear, Hila's concern is not
that
everybody else has to. Everybody has to do it.
Sure.
So it's like, what the
This is Ludwig. Mods being that guy. Mods were the guy's arms off. Mods RKO that guy out of nowhere.
It's
Dude, the Orthodox are such leeches.
It's Boosty. Thank you for the prime. Much appreciated.
Is there?
Oh, you're saying Orthodox Jews in Israel?
Yeah.
Don't serve? I thought that like everyone had to.
Exactly, except the Orthodox.
Oh.
And then the
because Gaza is writing for the Orthodox Jews to get drafted as well.
Disagreeing on. Let's take a look at the point she was trying to make in the original video.
He looked mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No. Well,
also, you know what I'll say? You're cowards. That's right. That is right and correct. The H3 subreddit are cowards. How do I hold? I lost it. Gosh darn it. Hold. No. There it is. Okay. They're freaking cowards. I'll say it. I'm banned. I can't even defend myself. This is from an account called In Defense of Ethan Klein. Okay, this is definitely a troll, right? Yeah, this actually might be an op. Maybe they're just dumb. Who knows? I thought so, but their history is unhinged. Players to say you've been quiet when you talked about Ethan like daily. They don't actually think I've been quiet. They're doing the meme like, oh, Sean keeps a low profile because nobody knows who he is type thing. Which it's also kind of funny for people to do, right? Oh yeah, it is exactly like this. It's exactly like this. They're also doxing charity donations. What does that mean? Everyone says Willie Max Show, Mudahar, XQC, Turkey Tom, Nicholas D. Diorio. I don't know who Augie is. Tommy C. I don't know who that is either. Asman, Keemstar, Turkey Tom again, twice, 2 Turkey Toms. Stardust, I don't know who that is, and etc. are on Ethan's side. The SS have assembled on Ethan's side. You realize the point is that people generally from left leaning and right leaning politics support this. Wait, who's here from left wing politics? We have people generally from left leaning and right leaning politics support this, while Hasan only has no literal nobodies like Shauna Black, right? Like, what did I do? What did I do? Also, this was what my response. It was the 50 Cent, what did they say, fuck me for? And then I said, also, who the fuck is Stardust? Someone give me a link. I can't be smaller than whoever that person is. Which I do stand by. I do stand by. Like I'm averaging like 800 viewers minimum. Like, what are we talking about? I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I'm a small streamer, you feel me? But I am a rising star. That's right, chat. Where's it at? Wait, pause. Pause. Says yes, then I'll hit up Nick and be like, Nick, buddy, friendo, pal, I'm going to be in Austin soon. Oh, Nick, say please, please pick me, I'm free, Nick, please. I'm a rising star. Nick, please, please pick me, I'm free, pick me, Nick, please, I'm your rising star, please, I will go so far, please, I will hop in the car, road trip, please, I'm your rising star, Nick, please, I'ma go so far, Nick, please, I'm your rising star, road trip, you stream in the mornings, so do I, what you want, please, I won't die, I'ma cry, if I'm not picked, I'ma cry, what is this shit, oh, I'm a rising star. You get the point. You get the point. The point is I'm a rising star. I am a rising, no, I'll keep going, why not? For people who haven't seen it yet. I'ma go so far, oh, I would never say the things Young Dabo said to you and your friends. What I need to do, please tell me what I need to do. What can I do? What can I do? You please, I'm your rising star. Please, I'm your rising star. Please, I'ma go so far. Please, I'ma go so far. Nick, please, I'm your rising star. Nick, please, I'ma go so far. Nick, please, I'ma hop in the car for a road trip, Listen, if you see some things that I said about Asmongold, I didn't mean it, all right? If you see the things I said about DICKTONE, I definitely meant it, okay? I meant that 100%. But like, I did not mean what I said about Asmongold, right? When I said, okay, it's done. Vindicated once again. Vindicated once again. I have never not been vindicated. Never not been vindicated. What did I tell you? Please tell me what I need to do. I hop in the plane and we go to Jamaica and maybe Japan. Wait, maybe Japan. Maybe Japan. This song goes kind of crazy. But never on hand. We back in the Gucci, then take it to France. I hop in the plane and we go to Jamaica and maybe Japan. Wait, maybe Japan. And I'm the man, I'm the one who understands, I gave her the thing that she wanted, she can't do the devil win.
The big disagreement.
I hop in the plane and we go to Jamaica and maybe Japan. And I'm the man, I'm the one who understands,
was that people are fighting for the Orthodox Jews to get drafted as well to the army because they're not.
Motherfuckers, dude.
But Israel.
That's an issue?
Yeah, the Orthodox don't serve.
They don't serve.
Yeah, it's like Amish.
With Arya home would go hard. Anyway, sorry, I'm back to normal.
People too, they don't do that.
But everybody else has to. Everybody has to do it.
Sure.
So it's like, what the fuck?
Dude, the Orthodox are such leeches there.
Oh, you're saying Orthodox Jews in
We'll
Israel?
run it back.
Yeah, Orthodox Jews to get drafted as well to the army.
Moderation. And now she says that the point she was trying to make was that Netanyahu fired him because they were disagreeing. What were they disagreeing on? Let's take a look at the point she was trying to make in the original video.
He looked mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No. Well, the big disagreement was that people are fighting for the Orthodox Jews to get drafted as well to the army because they're not.
Motherfuckers, dude.
But Israel.
That's an issue?
Yeah, the Orthodox don't serve.
They don't serve.
Yeah, it's like Amish people too, they don't do that.
But everybody else has to. Everybody has to do it.
Sure.
So it's like, what the fuck?
Dude, the Orthodox are such leeches there.
Oh, you're saying Orthodox Jews in Israel?
Yeah.
Don't serve? I thought that like everyone had to.
Exactly, except the Orthodox.
Oh.
And then the
because they need to sit and pray for God all day.
Never mind, it's a dislike now. So just to be clear, Hila's concern is not that people are being conscripted into a violent occupation, but that some people get to skip the uniform and stay home to pray. The framing is not so much about systemic inequality, and appears to be more about wanting broader participation in Israel's military forces. The same military force that likes to go on social media and post stuff inside of Palestinian homes like this, and also this. It's quite telling that Hila's complaint wasn't, why do people have to serve in a military accused of war crimes, but instead, why doesn't everyone have to? Let's go back in time to a podcast episode in 2017, where Hila recounts her time served in the Israeli military that is renowned for headlines like this, and this, and this. And not once has she shown remorse for being part of it, or
not a single time. You would think there would be some clip they could point to for Hila to be like, yeah, I think the IDF is not that good. Or I wish I didn't have to serve. But instead, she chastised people who don't actually have to serve, saying that you should serve because you're a leech if you don't. And it's selfish not to. Not even in my bad, exactly.
Couldn't find a single clip. If it exists, please let me know in the comments and I will do right by
I
it.
also have not seen a single clip. And I've seen a lot of clips from these people.
Let's take a closer look to show you what I mean by having no remorse for it. Hila was born in Tel Aviv. In the podcast episode featuring Hila, she explained that she attended the mandatory IOF service from around 2005 to 2007, I assume. The other option, according to them on the podcast, would have been 6 months in prison. She met Ethan while he attended a heritage trip fully paid for by, to quote Ethan, rich Jews from around the world to connect with fellow Israelis to get married. A very Zionistic event, as Ethan stated. But
Thank you, Ethan.
Really care about that back then, and Hila was still part of the IOF back then. Eventually, she and Ethan lived in Israel together for 5 years before they moved together to America. In those years, Hila wanted to attend art school but got declined and applied again a year later. Why is this in my script? Hila proceeds to talk about how her military service began.
How was your experience?
I didn't know that, so I'm glad to now learn.
But got declined and applied again a year later. Why is this in my script? Hila proceeds to talk about how her military service began.
How was your experience in the military?
It was okay. It happened right after there was some kind of a second war in, where was it, in Gaza?
I remember that, yeah.
There was some sort of a small war.
Yeah.
When I was there, and
as we can see, she doesn't seem to even know what war this was, and referred to it as a small war. The
Small
small
war.
war Hila is talking about is known as the Second Intifada. And just to give you a little bit of context, the Second Intifada was an uprising from Palestine, largely a response against Israeli occupation of Palestinian territories, including the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem that began around September 2000, and went on for about 5 years. It was triggered by years of facing systemic oppression, restricted movement, and military crackdowns, all by Israel.
Nah, it was just a small war.
No word from Hila about how Palestinians
And
faced
honestly, I don't even expect her to know this at the age of 18, living in Israel and being conscripted into the military. But like, if you're going to speak about it now, at least be a little bit aware, you know? Just a tiny bit. Just do a little bit of reading. You know? There's a difference in being propagandized at a young age and being 30-something years old and still as unaware as you were when you were like half that age.
Harsh living conditions under occupation, which included severe disruptions in daily life, including food and medical shortages. What's more is that the Second Intifada actually shaped the policies and military doctrine of the IOF. IOF's approach to security, surveillance, and control over Palestinian territories today is actually deeply rooted in the Second Intifada. The normalization of collective punishments, the construction of the separation wall, the expansion of settlements, all have their origins in this period. The death toll was highly disproportionate, with Palestinian casualties vastly outnumbering Israeli ones. Why does Hila not mention any of these? If she personally did not participate in war crimes, she should be willing to...
It was postulated that this might have been a different incursion into Gaza. What do you mean?
Confront these uncomfortable truths when discussing her IOF service. Anything less risks erasing the immense toll it has taken on Palestinian lives. Her detachment from the suffering experienced by Palestinians is quite telling as to how much she cares about any of this.
So my job was to, like, when they send officers or like people to go serve, I had to like logistically help with their hotel or a room, things like that. But it was all on the computer. It just felt like
the secretary.
Yeah, and it was super boring, and I really hated it.
Come on, Hila. This is your chance to tell us that contributing to the oppression of Palestinians didn't sit right with you. This is your time.
So linked up the timeline up and said it could have been actually been a different conflict. Oh, not yesterday, but 2 days ago. It could have been Operation Summer's Rain, which was 2006, but that's still that small war killed hundreds in Gaza. That was in 2006, and like she's talking about like maybe, I guess, if we're being like, you know, very I don't know the intricacies of her service or when she served. So like I'll leave that up to people who are more parasocial than I am.
Because it was just like,
yes,
I had to take a bus super early, go there, spend the whole day, go back home. I hated it. So I tried to...
Okay, this is actually kind of funny because she's just describing like a normal job. She's just describing like life in San Francisco a little bit. Yeah, I had to wake up, had to get on the bus early. Took the bus to my job. Did my job. Got back on the bus. Then I went back home.
Sit right with you. This is your time.
So it is pretty funny to just talk about like, you know, a normal like job. Be like, oh man, that was horrible. Had to go. Now I have to go commit terrorism. You know what I mean? Yeah, I woke up 5 a.m. Poured myself a bowl of Saratoga water and dipped my face in it. Went to work. Left work. Got bored. I was like, I need something different. So then I went and I committed acts of terror to spice up my life a little bit. But then I'd be kind of crazy.
Because it was just like,
yes,
I had to take a bus super early, go there, spend the whole day, go back home. I hated it. So I tried to change my...
I had to spend the whole day there. That's a job.
It was super boring, and she had to take a really early bus. Hila says she would have found a way to leave the IOF if she wouldn't have liked her new position.
You can apply for it. They're going to give you something else, completely random.
I thought to myself, what if I didn't respect human rights? Yeah.
Don't like the second one, then I'll just find a way to get out of the army.
It was that bad?
Yeah, I hated everything about it.
Well, I thought that was selfish to do, Hila. I thought it was selfish of you to try to find a way out of service. That it's like super selfless and it's super important. That's interesting.
Like I wasn't doing anything. I was just wasting my life. It could get really frustrating. I don't know. And you got to do it for 2 years.
At this point, she has indicated that it was her personal choice to stay in the IOF. Hila has stated in the past that it is honorable to serve in the IOF.
For one person to decide I'm not going to do it is a very selfish decision because meanwhile you're not doing it, everybody else is doing it and putting their life on hold. That's the whole country. It's mandatory service. It's the whole country.
There's nothing wrong. There's
other countries that have mandatory service. You're just being racist. If you have a problem with the whole country, that's racist. Yeah. And my parents were not...
Having a problem with an entire country is racist. Well, the more you know. The more you know.
Kind that will pay to get me out, but even if they were, they would not agree to that because they think it's important to serve like everybody else in the country. I mean, it's a very selfish move to decide, okay, I'm not going to do it, but everybody else will.
What did her husband say 2 years ago on this podcast?
I never faked ticks. Actually, no, I did one time. That's not true.
Really?
I was being recruited for the military when I was in Israel. And I told him I have Tourette's, which I guess disqualifies you for the draft.
Wait, you faked ticks to get out of the draft?
No, I didn't fake ticks. I have Tourette's, but I went for the interview, and they were asking me questions, and like my ticks aren't always visible.
Right.
It's not always
yeah.
And so they make you feel like such a fucking piece of shit. That's basic. And so I started doing like this, you know. But those are tics I had.
Yeah.
But I was like, and then when I did that, I felt so stupid. They're like, oh, see, he has tics.
Getting out of being drafted into the IDF is the one time.
I was not doing the IDF, bro. I was not doing that. I was not doing it.
Such a striking contrast in perspectives here.
I filled out that form and I tried it, and then I somehow ended up in a better place that I liked a lot more.
So Hila stated that she ended up in a better place. She relocated from Tel Aviv to Ramallah. And just to give you a quick overview of the historical context, Ramallah was effectively occupied by Israel in 2005, despite being officially part of the Palestinian Authority under the Oslo Accords. The Israeli army controlled access to and from Ramallah, with roadblocks and checkpoints severely restricting Palestinian movement.
I somehow ended up in a better place that I liked.
Her new position was apparently another secretary.
Okay. So she thought it boring to be in the comforted safety of Tel Aviv, and she wanted to be like, well, I need her to explain why she liked Ramallah more than being stationed in Tel Aviv. I need her explanation as to why that's the case. Like, what did she like better about it? Did she like that she was a part of the occupying force? She's like, I'm flagrantly violating international law right now, and that I like that. It shakes things up. You feel me? She said it was more of an adventure. Having problems with an entire country's races. Hila Klein, wife of Ethan, the Arabs Klein. Yeah.
In the Dutchifat battalion.
The new one, a base that was far from my house, so you go there for the whole week and then you come back for the weekend.
So you preferred that? Were you gone for a whole week?
I did.
Interesting. Why?
It was kind of like just more of an adventure, more of a different experience. I preferred than to just go to a boring job, sit on the computer and go back home at the end of every day. I don't know. I was into.
I like the adventuring of being part of an occupying force. She enjoyed being the oppressor, not the oppressed. It's kind of wild. It's kind of wild. It kind of reminds me of people who are like in the American military who like qualify for other jobs and they're like, no, I want to go infantry because I want to be in the action or whatever. I'm just like, why would you want that? You know, like there's something not right in the head of those people. You know, like if you're like 17 years old and you're fucking out of school and you get approached by a recruiter, like we can give you a job, we put a gun in your hands, you'll be fine and you'll take taken care of. Like, you'd be like, all right, you know, that's not good, but I just understand, like, that's just your only option. But come on, chatter. To be fair, that's a lot of people, but like, it's propaganda. But like, again, something ain't right in the head of those people. Be like, yeah, no, I qualify for, I could be a mechanic, and I'm just like, nah, give me the M4. I'm gonna be infantry. I'm gonna be the foot soldier, the fodder, if you will. That's my choice. I want to do that. I'm just like, dang, really? Okay, sure. Sure. Bro thinks he's a smart. I mean, so many people do.
In charge of the area of Ramallah. That brigade has like a main officer, so I was his secretary.
Okay, so you were right below the big boy. Cool.
Under the big boys. Cool.
It's hard to explain, but for some reason it was more interesting. I enjoyed it more.
You told me once you went on like a mission with them to like a terrorist city.
Yeah.
That was kind of a crazy story.
Yeah, my officers and like the soldiers in that brigade, they would go every night on a raid in Ramallah to arrest terrorists. So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Why, you just were all of a sudden had an urge to go with them?
I just wanted to see what it's like. I wanted to see it. They took me with them one night even though they weren't supposed to. You're driving in this like jeep that's bulletproof, so I was in the jeep. As soon as we entered Ramallah, the people in the city started shooting us.
Wow.
And I heard like a bullet hit the jeep like right next to my head.
Did it like dent or just
you just hear it? I mean, it was just interesting.
They were so someone actually was shooting the car when you went in there right away?
Yeah. Huh. I mean, I walked with them to one house.
Okay.
I did get out of the car once.
Did they arrest anyone?
Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. Didn't Ethan say very recently that she never even got out the car? Didn't he say that like 2 days ago? Hold on. Hold on. I'm pretty sure he said that. It was during the debate.
We're gonna have to do so. These people are clearly
Hold on. Car.
Narc bullshit. Go on. Yeah, your community doesn't hurt.
She was doing a night raid, as a matter of fact, and I didn't know any of this until recently. For the record,
She
until
was
a couple months ago.
Yeah, you're gonna do
She was
the
out there
Raider of
doing
Ramallah
night
snark
raids.
bullshit.
Do
Go
you
on.
think-
Yeah, your community doesn't harass anyone. She was 18 years old. She went on a ride along to Ramallah for some kind of fucking mission. She stayed in the car, and then they went back, and that's all that happened. She's
She
18 years
described
old, bro.
the
She's a
process
secretary.
of taking someone hostage. You called him it.
He just says so many different lies. Just so many different lies. He just like flagrantly. He just like flagrantly lies.
Was a secretary, bro.
So I was a soldier.
Like you were a what? You were a what?
This picture of me here is me 18 years old with the first time holding a gun. After that, I didn't even have a gun anymore.
She had
And
a gun.
So
Did you have a gun?
Did I? I
Like
don't
a
remember.
fat fucking like
What was
AR.
your soldier duty?
I don't remember.
You weren't a soldier.
And Hila was a soldier in the Israeli army.
But like you weren't a fucking soldier.
They handpicked these beautiful Israeli soldiers.
Because I was the soldier that they bring onto the group.
What did your spouses wear on the first date that you guys went out on?
Wow.
Hila says soldier outfit.
No, you were a secretary. Like you did menial fucking work. You were forced to do it.
Interesting. Interesting. So she was simultaneously a soldier, but not a soldier, just a secretary. While also being going on a night raid, but leaving the car, but also while staying in the car. Sure. I did uniform on first date is crazy work. I mean, it worked on Ethan though, so like, you know, who are we to judge?
It, by the way. That person.
Oh wait, here, yeah, sorry.
Bring it in the same car. Huh.
I mean, I walked with them to one house.
Okay.
I did get out of the car once.
Did they arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
Was it like how did you feel? Was it horrifying?
Did they bring it in the same car as you? It's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wait. Wait. What? Wait. What happened to Fossabot? Is Fossabot good? You know, Fossabot's why does it show up like show up weirdly here? I don't know.
It was strange. Very weird.
Okay, there it is.
Also.
Strange. Out of the car once.
Did they arrest anyone that night?
Didn't.
Right away.
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, I walked with them to one house.
Okay.
I did get out of the car once.
Did they arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
Was it like how did you feel? Was it horrifying?
It was strange. Very weird.
How so? Like how so?
I don't know. Just you see people in
She's
the
also
house.
just a bad storyteller, all right? If you're gonna talk about your acts of terror, like do it like freaking Chris Kyle, get a movie made about you or something. You know what I mean? She's just like, yeah, I went on a raid and did some terrorism. He's like, oh really? How was it? It was okay. It was weird. Weird what way? You know, they just, you know, it was, yeah. Yeah, I got out of the car and then I got back in the car and then, you know, it was interesting. Like, at least lie. At least again, go full Chris Kyle. Lie about sniping and killing freaking Louisiana protesters or whatever. Or I don't know what Chris Kyle did. I don't know. At least it's gonna movie made about you. You're gonna be a terrorist. Just do terrorism at least interestingly to like, or talk about it interestingly. She's just so boring. Chat about the bullet. Can you be incriminating and boring, bro? Like, come on, exactly. Like, at least talk about your war crimes. Like, Blackwater does it very well. That SEAL Team 6 guy, Chris Kyle sniped. That's SEAL Team 6 guy. Chris Kyle sniped the child holding a bomb supposedly. Oh, okay. So I don't get my my American war crime terrorist criminals. I can't keep them separate. They're all in my head.
House, and then it's like the soldiers just walk into the house and look through their and find guns, and the whole thing is really surreal.
Does it feel like a normal neighborhood, or does it feel like, oh, this is scary?
No, it actually looked like a nice city.
Hila, recounting her little adventure, smiles as she's talking about how their vehicle got shot at while they were invading homes in Ramallah.
Yeah, they shot at you?
Yeah.
Oh my. How's
Oh, do they report it to Totify? And they made the donation anonymous. Top dono: Israel blocked chemo in Gaza, quietly anonymized within the past couple of hours. Maybe it was the donor, as the commenter said. I mean, I don't know. Since Bethany is making spreadsheets. Like, what do you mean spreadsheets? Spreadsheets of people who donated to charity? Like, what are the spreadsheets for? Yes, but like, why? H3 Favung is hard at work creating a 7,600 line spreadsheet for a dear leader to track every single Critical Class 3 stand up to charity donation, also docs the donators. Thanks to Ethan, Hasan managed to get his fan base to donate to charity. I think the charity is going to have fun. I think the charity is going to have fun reading all the names / comments. Why would the charity care? Why would the charity care? I'm confused. They're trying to sue the charity website? No, they're not trying to sue the charity. They're just being like, look at all these names or whatever. And I will say, like, I think some chatters, and again, I can't tell if these chatters were like actually Hasan chatters or if they're like H3 op chatters. There were some chatters who had like their names they were cringe, you know? They're trying to be comedians, and it was cringe. Someone made like AB is a house slave, a donation charity. Like, I think it's cringe. It's being entirely real, right? But like, who cares, you know? Like, it's a charity event. MSG fans were trying to report Hasan's stream yesterday. They were complaining that it wasn't working on a charity stream. Report the stream for what? But they've been demanding Hasan watch the content nuke, and then they report his stream for watching the content nuke. I'm just confused. I just did fun ones like Free Kaya, Hasan's dick dies, etc.
we scared?
It was pretty weird.
You
Yeah.
are-
We were
I just-
in a
I just don't understand what they are trying to do with. Honestly, I think y'all are making it a bigger deal than it actually is. Right? I think y'all are making it bigger than it actually is. Be like, look, they're making a spreadsheet of the donations. Like it doesn't, like, who cares? Like if it had like Chatter's like emails or and like phone numbers and stuff like that, then like maybe that would be like a bigger thing. But like it's just the names. They're like, oh man, the charity person's gonna, the charity's gonna love reading these names. Like who cares? The charity's getting money. They're not gonna be like, well, we won't accept this $5 donation from insert slur here or whatever. Right? Like they're not gonna interrogate the donation that they're getting. Like who cares? There's a chance that H3 fans will personally harass some of the people on that list. But like, there's no identifying information. Is there? Like, if you put your name as like V, who's gonna then correlate names with other data leaks? I mean, like, maybe. You have to put in a unique first and last name. Yeah, but does Tiltify give you that information though? Emails was one of the options. I didn't see emails on this list. All I see is like the ID, right? Date and time, name, comment, amount. Like maybe emails like over here, but like I don't know. Like, if that's the case, then maybe it would be a. I definitely saw people use their real names sometimes. I mean, maybe, but again, it's meaningless, right? It's meaningless. The people who used like the ghost of Shredder Klein or whatever, like, what are they gonna do? They're gonna harass this person, this anonymous poster. It doesn't matter. The people who use their real name, what are they gonna do? They're gonna harass Amy Johnson. With just Amy Johnson as the name that was provided for donating to a charity event. Like I think y'all are making it a bigger deal than it actually is. Like there's nothing they can do with this. Like genuinely, I think it's very easy to be like, look how crazy the foot soldiers are or whatever by making this spreadsheet, which is like, that's fine, but being like, this is gonna put people in danger, I think that's a bit silly, right? It's whatever. I think they're trying to get media to pick it up. I don't think I don't think we're being to bring up doxing attempts. What doxing? What doxing? What doxing? There's no doxing here. Like, they're being stupid. They're just like, oh look, again, Amy Johnson donated $5 to this charity. What are we talking about? That's not doxing. Like, what news agency is going to pick this up to be like, oh, you have a list of people who donated to a charity event. We're gonna post about it. Like, I think you're being silly. I think you're being silly. I think it's sad that the Cancer for Gaza user had to anonymize their name. They donated money that would never reach their family in Gaza. What is this? Okay, I will take a look at this. I think it's funny. Remember correctly, even Ethan donated in an attempt to grandstand? Yes. I don't think we should be posting right-wing on online personalities and such news sources in support of the Kleins. I mean, true. I mean, this is actually a smart thing that they are finally learned. They're like, hey, let's not post Destiny clips and the quartering clips because it makes us look bad. With the first comment, what is the first comment? The Norman Rockwell painting you're posting here is called freedom of speech. I believe we should state clearly what the bias of the publication is, just so we don't accidentally lead people to believe the media source we choose to criticize. Choosing to criticize Hasan simply because of what Ethan said. Conservative news sources have a separate motive to do so. They're like, actually, no, we should actually still post Fox News clips, but just say that it's Fox News and let people make their own decisions.
Like a really risky area.
Yeah.
And then there was like.
I mean, kind of show that they don't care. I mean, Ethan has said he's going to dab up with the Nazis if it's criticizing someone he disagrees with. So his audience is taking after him. You know, Ethan did say he's going to dab up with the Nazis if the Nazis are disagreeing with somebody he disagrees with. He has said that.
Here.
No,
no. It hit the chip right next to my ear.
Oh my god. And did you smile like you're smiling now, or?
I think I did.
Yeah.
I think I did.
Well, did you? I mean, what do you do? I mean, you did that? That's so funny. If we cut in the past and we saw that and she was doing that, that'd be the funniest thing I've ever seen.
There is still no word from her that Ramallah is actually a Palestinian city, not even in that moment when Ethan called it a terrorist city.
Yeah.
Despite the fact it was already under Israeli occupation during her time there. Hila recounting her time in the IOF was that she was bored working as a secretary, wanted to go on a road trip, and even admits she would have tried to get out of it if her new role was boring too, all while smiling. Then, any attempt from Ethan to bring at least some critical thought of this particular scenario of raiding a Palestinian home, we get this.
Are there lessons, disciplines, things that you learned, that you retained from that period in your life? How did it change you going through that?
I'm not sure that it changed me. I think the biggest thing is just like being put in a place with a group of people that maybe in normal life you wouldn't necessarily become friends with, but in this situation you just become friends with them and they become your family. So that aspect of it was interesting. But I mean, I don't know.
It was just some bullshit job for you for 2 years.
In a way.
Hila comes across as detached. You can't help but infer that she is simply unwilling to confront the moral weight of the topic. There's no reflection, no critical engagement, just surface level remarks that sidestep the deeper conversation. And when you
and honestly, this is her entire thing, and so I just think that like if I could speak candidly, she's a little dumb. And that like she just doesn't care about really anything. She doesn't care enough to like interrogate her own beliefs. She doesn't care enough to do any research deeper than like a surface level of like, oh, what did I hear yesterday? And so it's just like everything that she says, as I think the SoftTake puts it, is like it's extraordinarily surface level. But I don't know if she has done any work at all to think about things at a deeper level outside of a very surface level understanding. Right? She doesn't think about, why are we going on these raids? Why is my husband calling it a terror city? Why are we here in the first place? And it's just like, well, this is the way things are. And that's it. You know? It's, oh, there's a wall. Why is there a wall? That's just the way things are. Oh, we're in Ramallah. Why are we in Ramallah? That's just the way things are. Oh, we went on a raid. Why did we go on a raid? Oh, that's just the way things are. And that's it. That's really it. It's extraordinarily surface level, right? And never thinking, maybe let me take 2 seconds to think about this a little bit more.
You think Hila served in the IOF long before October 7th? Then let me tell you that does not mean that the IOF did not already have a backlog of widespread documentation of its war crimes and atrocities. And if you think she just seems shy or struggled to articulate her thoughts, well, let me also tell you that she had no trouble expressing her thoughts, her take, and herself earlier in the episode when discussing the involvement of Louis C.K. in the Me Too movement.
I felt really sad, like yesterday, especially when the whole story officially came out. For some reason, with someone like Harvey Weinstein, I don't care as much. It's sad in a different way, just sad that it happens. But with Louis, I kind of feel like he died yesterday.
He said in his apology he justified it
by saying, well, I asked girls first if I could show them my dick.
Yeah,
But he acknowledges like
the situation is much more complicated than that. So even if you say yes at the moment, as the lady, even if she said yes at the moment, I think the situation is so surreal. You're like with one of your idols,
right?
And you're thinking at the moment this is weird, but I don't know what to do. So you say yes, but later
not even expecting him to necessarily even.
You think maybe he's kidding or something. Yeah. But later you can think about it and be like, that was really fucked up.
Or how?
Okay, well, so I'll acknowledge that I was proven incorrect. She can give a level of rationalization and deeper thought to some things, right? Just not to Israel. Like, she can do a little bit of rationalization, right? And understanding and personal interrogation of either her beliefs or a situation, but she just can't extend that to Israel. The issue, there's the issue. She is smart enough to know what she cares about, but she pretends to be dumb. She uses the fact that English isn't her first language to play dumb. I wouldn't even say that.
She views American students protesting against the Israeli government.
Talk about someone who's going to UC Berkeley, paid by their parents $200,000 tuition on campus protesting Israel. Do you find that ironic?
I do. When I lived in Israel, I used to criticize Israel a lot,
yeah,
like,
me too,
as an
actually.
Israeli and the army and a lot of stuff. But when we moved here and I started to go on Reddit and stuff like that, and just being more aware of like the online criticism and there's
it's not just online, but
it's not just online. Yeah, I just became more aware of like the criticism here of Israel and in general around the world, and it's really. I personally think it's so ironic. It's just like, I don't know, it's kids sitting here in like beautiful California criticizing, like you don't even know what you're talking about.
Right.
Now, I get it. You were 18 at the time. You've grown up in Israel all your life. All you've seen and heard are horror stories because you're surrounded by Israeli media. The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion hadn't released yet. Access to the World Wide Web wasn't so common. How are you supposed to think to yourself, maybe we shouldn't contribute to the oppression of Palestinians? I don't want to go to jail and have a hard time getting a job. I have no idea that in 2025 I'm going to get paid to crash out live on a podcast. Like in the same episode when she talks about her perspective as a child in Israel.
Let's say less specific criticism, a more general, like they build a wall and Israel should be a one state with Palestinians and Israel all living together. They should reduce the borders and remove the gate. That to me seems like super ignorant.
It is, because when I grew up, I couldn't really take a bus. I was afraid of blowing up.
Right.
And now it doesn't really happen. So
wait a minute. Did she not say she took a bus like every day to go to work? Now she's like, well, when I was growing up, I couldn't really take a bus. Every time I look at a bus, I was like, that could blow up. But then she's like, yeah, you know, I had a job and I had to wake up early every single morning to just go on the bus. And it was just like, ugh, you know, it was boring.
So the wall did help. So should we not have a wall?
Can you explain about the wall for people who don't know about it?
I don't know like how to explain
I guess simply it's like
it was built to prevent this attack.
It's understandable that as a child, you feared for your life and saw the wall as a protective measure. No one can blame you for not wanting to be harmed. But while Hila defends the wall as a necessary security measure,
I love that Eden was like, can you explain the wall? And she was like, no, not really. But it's there. So can you explain the wall for people who don't know? No, probably not. But like, hey, it's there. So, you know, it's there to stop bad things from happening. That's what I was told. I'm not going to do any interrogation to see whether or not that's true or that's correct or that's based in fact and reality. I was told that it's there to protect us, and so it's there to protect us. And when I was there, nothing bad happened because we had the wall.
An adult here, 29 years old, she fails to acknowledge its broader implications. It's 2017, we have technology and access to information now. Maybe we could be asking ourselves, who decided a wall was the answer? And what alternatives were ignored? When you build a wall, are you defending yourself or are you just deepening the divide? Why do the people whom the wall is designed to stave off feel so desperate that they resort to such tragic violent acts? The wall she spoke of isolated communities, stole land, and enforced apartheid conditions. You can recognize that the fear was real while still being honest about how the wall is a tool of oppression. All these clips are so many years from that time and struggles to apply the same level of introspection when recalling their involvement in something as significant as their military service in the IOF. And she has no hesitation in defending mandatory service in Israel to this day.
I mean, when you're growing up with constant terror attacks, the army is a necessity. And I'm sorry if people think that's a controversial statement. That is the reality of Israel.
She has to be so influenced by Israeli media to not comprehend that the same IOF she believes is a necessity is the same IOF that has continuously made Gaza to become the deadliest place on earth for children for the last 3 consecutive years. Every time she gets called out or criticized for things she said on the podcast, she gets super defensive and brushes off any critique or concern about this in such a annoyed, guilt-dumping, and condescending manner.
Let's remind everybody how old that was. That was like so long ago. Narc's greatest hits.
Yeah,
this is Narc's greatest.
I think he
hits.
made.
This is just like I can't take this seriously, but I have to because this is crazy. This person doesn't know what they're talking about at all. Anti-Semitism, other countries that have mandatory service, you're just being racist.
And like, I mean, what she tries to do is like, it's an appeal to authority to be like, oh, I lived here and I was in the IDF, so I know better than you. But like, she also has demonstrated that she knows nothing, essentially. Like, she has, like, you can't simultaneously say, you don't know anything, you haven't lived there, you don't know what's going on. I lived there, I was in the IDF, I know. And then like simultaneously turn around and be like, oh, Yoav Gallant, I don't really know what he's about, but he's a good guy. Oh, I didn't mean to say that. I just was unaware and uninformed. I was unaware and uninformed about what was going on there.
If you have a problem with the whole country, Ethan is allowed to point it out.
And also,
and if that's too much for you, maybe get off the internet.
You don't have to be the one that is out there in the field with a weapon in your hands to contribute to the oppression of Palestinians. You also actively contribute to the oppression of Palestinians when you are a low-level secretary behind a desk, managing the life of someone so that they have more time to unalive Palestinians. And you are more of a contributor to this when you actively seek out a role you can enjoy more and then accept it because you were so bored. And what does it make you when you participate in a raid in a nice Palestinian city just to watch what's going on because you were curious? And I'm not asking her to get on the podcast right now and apologize for what you did 20.
Oh, I am. That's what I demand.
Years ago. I don't need to ask someone for something that maybe warrants a response. This type of attitude towards her mandatory service is a contributing reason as to why people not only see you as someone without a good take, but also a soft take. Thanks, guys. Subscribing is free. And despite the countless credible news articles that exist available at your disposal, just look at this clip of them reflecting on this podcast in 2023.
Arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
Oh.
There's a few.
It's November 2nd, 2023. Gaza is under relentless bombardment. Thousands are dead, most of them civilians. And Hila, an Israeli who served in the IOF, is on camera.
It sounds like, what's up? Thank you for the description.
The SoftTake just subscribed. Just leaving some love here. Hope you and everyone has been having a great week.
Yeah, I appreciate it. That's a good video. W video. I think this is the third video we've seen from you. And chat has been loving it.
Or watching an old podcast clip where she talks about her military service. You'd think in that moment she might say something, reflect, acknowledge, criticize, but no. She just sucks on a lollipop. This is the same person who insists no one else can speak on the conflict unless they're Israeli, not even Jews from outside the country. And yet, when given the chance to speak from that so-called position of authority, she says nothing.
Oh yes, you are correct, Matthias. We do have one note. She did not apologize for the Yoav Gallant take. Everybody says she's apologized. She did not apologize. She said, ah, man, I didn't know what his take was. And I wouldn't say he's a good guy again. I did not hear it. I'm sorry there. That is it. That is all.
Fall. However, Ethan has something to add.
It's so complicated.
Yeah.
From their perspective, it's like, these guys.
But they go specifically to
Oh my God, I'm almost like even empathizing with the Palestinians in this fucking clip.
My goodness. A round of applause for this hell of a man. Voices for Palestinians Instagram. Put that post back up. By God. Yes. Yes. Fast forward to February 7th, 2025, and Hila getting a Star of David tattoo. Ethan says she's embracing her identity. Sure, that's one way to look at it. Although I must say that this pose with this tattoo could leave some people to wonder what's happening here. And when the backlash rolls in, with people calling her out for the tattoo, some even comparing it to a swastika, she's suddenly ready to speak. She's not silent then. She's fully here to talk about the anti-Semitism she faces and call people out. But where was this voice when the hard questions about Israel's actions were on the table? Where was the voice when it was time to acknowledge the responsibility tied to her identity? When watching this, it left me with a weird aftertaste. When she watches Hasan use the word genocide in regards to Israel's actions.
Oh, it's not a war zone, so we can't say that it's a war zone? That's not woke enough?
She gets snarky and defensive.
Do you know numbers? Read the number again. Just one more time.
Crickets are still cricketing about her lack of public criticism in regards of almost everything Israel does. But when it's time to defend her right to wear a symbol that, let's be honest, not only represents Judaism but also Israel, she's loud. She got the words to speak up. But when it's time to speak out about the actions of her country, the silence is deafening.
It's successful in its own right, and there's really nothing shady going on with Teddy Fresh.
So, Hila Klein, fashion mogul, creative genius, and self-proclaimed authority in what makes good merch. She's got opinions.
Still not. The pants are just terrible.
Terrible. This is Brazil.
What?
My goodness. Why are they not more swag?
And especially when it comes to Hasan Piker's merch.
Wait, so why is he dressed like that? Let me see this one with the sword. Oh my God.
Yeah, bro, what are you doing with the sword there, bud?
What? We don't hate the baby-coated The baby coded stuff? The baby coded merchandise.
What year is it?
What does the shirt
It's just
say?
fucking
Narrative overcomes truth. Oh my god. The art is Hasan sitting on his computer reading chat.
I like the art on all of it. I agree that the captions make it kind of.
It's the concept.
Yeah, the art
I have no problem with the art at all.
In her eyes, his photo shoot is
Ooh,
cringe
Gaga
and themes.
aesthetic.
For someone that is the creative force behind Teddy Fresh
What?
and
You don't like toddler chic?
seemingly wants to be a fashion mogul, you don't have to like Hasan to understand there is a deliberate and recognizable theme here. Aestheticized political rebellion through modern streetwear with a mall ninja vibe leading into satire. Is it so hard to recognize that? Now, I'm not saying this because I'm upset that someone said mean things about his merch. This is just a great example of how personal bias can make someone look like a huge hypocrite. Because if you're going to critique someone else's brand, your own better be good. And that brings us to Teddy Fresh.
Tell me, what does Teddy Fresh mean? How? What does how?
I don't know. It's a little teddy bear.
Hila has always emphasized how much of Teddy Fresh is
Why can she never give like? Why does she? Okay, it's so weird. It's not even the most damning thing, but like, you can have positions. You can believe things. Why is she always just like? I don't know. I don't know. Like, to be fair, she's like the most expressive when she's like, I hate Hasan. I hate you, Hasan. Like, she's the most expressive there. And then she's like, tell me about your passion project. Tell me about your passion project. You've spent time and effort to grow and build this thing. Tell me about it. She's like, well, I mean, it's a teddy bear. If that's all you have? Come on. Come on.
Original vision. The brand she claims is deeply personal, uniquely designed, and all her own work. In 2017, again, the same interview with her husband, she explained how she loves to draw her designs by hand. Back then, she was still in the process of understanding their own concept and developing Teddy Fresh. Now, 8 years later, I wonder if Hila found her concept. Because what we see a lot of in their marketing is this kid core. Adult models dressed like kids and presented like kids and teenagers, paired with environments that contain things like a poster with the words on the wall.
Referred to as lolly.
What's that?
It's like a genre of hentai where the girls are very young.
And it's interesting to see her reaction to this because her own brand's marketing sometimes leans into aesthetics that aren't, of course, the same thing, but kind of in the same neighborhood. And then those themes paired with featuring young children, also with their faces unblurred, is undoubtedly critical. I just want to say that this is quite irresponsible and that if the issue is about how people present their merch, then Teddy Fresh needs to take a look into a mirror. Now let's talk a little bit of Control-C, Control-V. There have been a few instances where Teddy Fresh had been accused of dipping a little too deep into the honey jar of inspiration from fellow designers. Some might even say they snorkeled. Now, I just want to be clear that I am not accusing Teddy Fresh and the people behind it of stealing designs. I just want to point out some similarities here. The teddy bear X-ray long sleeve tee from 2021 is particularly interesting because two parts might appear as quite similar to two separate designs. This is a long sleeve tee from Philip Klein. It looks like the body was ripped directly from this design by Philip Klein, except for the head, and Illustrator's portfolio called Seagal's Design has a teddy bear with a head that could be identical to the head of this teddy bear from Teddy Fresh. Look at the sewing holes of the button. They're at the exact same position. I understand that it's hard to come up with new designs, but come on, didn't you draw a teddy bear like a lot of times?
I made all kinds of sketches for the teddy bear. That's actually the shirt that has all the heads all over it.
Or was it all the...
Those were all my attempts at making the logo.
It's very much possible that the design was licensed,
Because
but
you
when
wanna
was there
sound like I
maybe
didn't
disclosure
say
about
what you
Teddy
told
Fresh
me
deciding
to?
to license designs?
Man, chat,
It's
you
okay
don't
to
listen to me when I speak.
be transparent about wanting to save time, resources,
It's
and
just
money.
it's about Ethan weaponizing victims. Either like both are the hostages. One where he claims the hostage was continually raped, when he himself claimed that it was that she was a witness, not a victim of rape, and the Bibi's family, where he claimed that they were strangled to death when the IDF did not make that claim. So I think this might have been the clip, or this video itself. Am calling Denims be ravenously over and over is one of them. No, it was that was the same conversation. Yeah.
So we didn't realize it was an exact copy until it was brought up recently. And then people say, well, why don't you do your due diligence? I'm like, bro, it's a fucking knitting book from 1995. The design is dead from this planet. It was like some cosmic coincidence that someone even found it in a thrift store.
Sure, if this is the truth, then fair enough. However, it's crazy how frequently cosmic coincidences appear to occur. Here is a Teddy Fresh, sick-ass graphic of a bear about to maul someone, and here's a PS3 game from 2013 called Cabela's Dangerous Hunts.
This is a licensed image, but honestly, it's so different too. Like, even making the accusation is kind of insane. It may not even be a licensed image, I don't know. It's hard to tell. But like, it's a video game cover, and this is completely different.
When you take a closer look, there is still water around the bear's paw like in the original PS3 video game art, and you can see that the bear has a little stub because the text was blocking, so they just cut its arm off. Whatever, in the words of Ethan Klein.
It doesn't matter anyway.
I just find it kind of funny how
It
they
doesn't matter anyway.
off one similarity as, oh, interesting.
I will admit, is a little too close for comfort. I don't know what happened with this one, to be honest. Yeah, it's Prada.
Okay. This is what I'll say. I don't necessarily care about their Teddy Fresh stealing designs. I don't care about Teddy Fresh at all anyway. But like, you got to come with something stronger. You got to come with something stronger as your defense than to be like, well, I don't really know what happened with this one. You can't say that for like the 12 designs that you're being called into question for stealing. You're like, oh, design number 13. Yeah, this one, I don't really know what happened with this one. Oh, number 14? Well, yeah, this one too. I don't really know what's going on here. I don't really know what's happening. It's an unfortunate coincidence. Like, you at least build some level of a defense. Some level of defense. Yeah, I don't care. Boring is my defense, Judge. Yeah.
With the flames. I mean, this one's on a hoodie. Yeah, I mean, this one's a little sus. I agree. I'm not sure what happened here. That's probably maybe the only one that he could call me out on that I can probably look a little deeper into.
And also, like I mentioned earlier, I reached out to the charity organizations in their good cause section to verify the donations that have been made. Because why not fact check the fashion brand by H3? And while Victims First spoke very highly of Teddy Fresh and said that they were the largest donator at that time with an awesome contribution of $119,556,000 to the centralized Uvalde victims, let's just say that one of the other organizations listed here who do not want to be mentioned at this time have never received donations from Teddy Fresh, nor did they receive any communication from them. Maybe it was an error. I do hope that whatever happened there will get resolved.
Thank you for the gifted sub.
Fresh can continue to have a great impact on various causes in the future.
By the way, she goes, Ethan needs to be criticized for being pro-Israel, and also Hila said bad crazy stuff. Okay, well, clearly you're going to have evidence to support that, right?
Absolutely. Please fasten your seatbelts, stow your disbelief, and prepare for a smooth descent into some absolutely wild podcast commentary. Here, Hila and Ethan are reacting to iDubbbz's Content Cop video, in which he contextualizes his wife's background. Half Lebanese,
did I say
half
2 weeks
Irish.
ago or 2 months ago? 2 weeks ago, okay. I thought I hopped in the time machine.
Pointing out that historically, her people were on the receiving end of colonial violence.
Is half Lebanese and half Irish.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we know.
For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well
And sir, do you happen to know of any violence perhaps coming towards Israel, where Hila grew up? Perhaps from Lebanon, Hezbollah, perhaps? Does that ring a bell to you, you dumb, ignorant f***? How dare you attempt to lecture me on this conflict?
Familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not going to fucking defend you.
Okay, so this is very interesting. He says on the day that CPS was called and we're understandably heated, he goes, no, I'm not going to defend you. Why? Because you're Israeli.
You're Israeli.
That's literally what he said.
I mean,
his
he
argument.
made
Do I
sure
have it
to
wrong?
include the flags so a 5-year-old could understand what he was saying. So yes, that's what he was saying.
I feel like that's exactly what he's saying. And correct me if I'm wrong.
He put the Israel flag and he said, no, she's not going to defend you.
Yeah, I just don't want people to be like, that's not what he meant. I mean, I don't see it any other way.
Stop hallucinating anti-Semitism.
There is so much to unpack here. For example, Hezbollah was formed in 1982 in response to the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. How on earth can you, Hila, sit there and let Ethan talk down generational trauma while flipping this around into a narrative that makes your home country look like the victim in all of this? You, who once claimed that non-Israelis can't speak out without authority on these matters. I honestly wonder if you even realize that it was Israel, your own country, that occupied Lebanon for 18 years during your lifetime, or that in 2006, following the killing of 3 Israeli soldiers and the capture of 2 by Hezbollah, Israel responded not with diplomacy, but with massive airstrikes, artillery, and a ground invasion, resulting in deaths of over 1,100 Lebanese civilians. Civilians, not soldiers, people. And who did that? The IOF. Yes, the ones you don't want to be called terrorists.
Well, listen, they can call Israeli soldiers terrorists, but like you weren't a soldier. They go that far.
I mean,
what?
I think even calling soldiers terrorists is not accurate.
The army, people should serve in because it is honorable.
A singer or something, and then they still go into the army and everybody will commend them like
I
that.
wonder how Hila feels about, we didn't even get to watch freaking Ethan's response to the content deputy. Bro, there's so much content. We're going to be here for weeks trying to parse through everything that's going on today.
That's really nice. You know, you're paying your dude.
And you guys sit there and you laugh and say,
oh, wow.
Yeah, we know.
For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish...
And I honestly find it remarkable how Hila can say,
stop hallucinating anti-Semitism.
Right after victimizing herself because he showed the Israeli flag, even though he was only talking about the IOF in that moment.
I mean, he made sure to include the flags so a 5-year-old could understand what he was saying. So yes, that's what he was saying. He put the Israel flag.
Hey, how did they... Sorry. We're going to make a joke about how their clothes are made for 5-year-olds, but, you know, we all already know.
That now she's not
That'd
going to
be
defend you.
low-hanging
Stop
fruit.
hallucinating anti-Semitism.
Now, I want to be very clear that obviously Hila and Ethan have the right to criticize Hamas, but it sure is interesting to see what they criticize exactly. Like here, when they pause right after hearing that Israel's occupation must end in all Palestinian land.
The occupation must end in the Gaza Strip. No, I'm talking about all Palestinian lands. Once again, that's funny because it's exactly related to what he accuses me of spreading Israeli propaganda about. My point is when Israelis hear from the ocean to the sea, they hear all of Israel. And guess what? That's what the guy from Hamas is saying on the screen of the clip you showed.
I don't understand. If I move...
He said all Palestinian land. Why do you think he's talking about Israel? Why do you think he's talking about Israel? Unless you think that Israel is on Palestinian land. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe we should unpack that a little bit.
Movement is for peace between two people, and one people is telling you they're not comfortable with the statement. Shouldn't we change the statement to something that both people can get behind?
No, because they'll say, well, people will say that Israel's the aggressor.
When the slogan, free all the slaves. You know,
Animated Sarah just
the slave
subscribed.
owners disagree with this
23
statement.
months
So like we should probably
SDADL.
change the statement to something that the slave owners and the slaves like. Because you want peace between the slave owners and the slaves. So we should have a statement that's like, you know, free some of the slaves if their slave owner is okay with it, and for the ones that aren't, they keep them enslaved. That would make, you know, that would make everybody happy. What? It won't make the slaves happy? Well, we're not talking about them right now.
So they shouldn't have to adjust anything.
Yeah, but that's like watered down American version of what's happening there.
A moment of striking honesty from someone who is often quick to silence criticism. I wrote a bunch of conclusions for this video, but to simply summarize it, my takeaway with Hila is that no one can win. Thanks for watching the video. Bye-bye. Now, just to add one thing, if you believe Ethan's views and his moral stands were maybe indoctrinated by his wife, let me show you one final clip.
So it's really frustrating because like the way I always thought about it is like I was just born here. I don't care. Like I don't know the history and I don't care. We're all
Like,
just people here.
Yeah, people.
And now
give,
I have to choose sides and I have to.
and I'm saying that's why the reason I left is because like I'm like, this isn't my fight. And Hila, I think since before she knew, thought it wasn't her fight. She never belonged there. And it's like, I don't really want to be involved in this because when you live in Israel, you start to learn things, or maybe I don't know if it's a brainwashing thing, or you're with the club, right? You're with that tribe.
Yeah.
So it gets through to you.
Yeah.
So before I went to Israel, I was very pro-Palestinian because I went to a very liberal college, went to UC Santa Cruz, and there it's like, they literally have protests on the campus of like Israeli soldiers executing Palestinians.
Wow.
And I was like, okay, yeah, that's totally what it is. But when you go there and then you learn, because you spend time with that tribe and you understand all their talking points, and it's just so confusing, dude.
I do wonder what happened down the line to these guys, but thanks for watching the video. Bye-bye.
We got through one video, chat. We got through one video. Maybe tomorrow we'll talk about Bad Empanada. Maybe next because it's short. No, it's not. Chatter. It's freaking 26 minutes. You know what? Tomorrow will be AB and Bad Empanada Day. How about that? That's short. Not at freaking 12 o'clock. So Lebanon covers this video on his own. I don't care. We're watching it anyway. It's not even 12 yet, but it will be soon. So it will be soon. Lebanon goes on, I'm happy to see the crew is finally getting some smoke. I think this is what I'll say. I said this before. And that is, and this is why I brought up yesterday, or this, not yesterday, earlier today, about what I saw yesterday. About like, there was a donation on the thing saying like AB is a house slave, right? And it's just like that's like a bad Panada thing, and I don't like it, honestly. Honestly, it's something that's I've seen like chatters defend as well. I'm just not a fan of that usage of that verbiage. But like I think like if Anthony from Do Not Worry podcast and AB are gonna go at it from like the Lebanese perspective, then like they can do what they gotta do, you know what I mean? But that's what I will say. I don't think AB is also like immune to criticism. I think he deserves some smoke. But I do think it is an interesting conversation because I do want to see what AB has to say to defend himself and why he thinks that, like, no matter what my criticism and disagreements with Bad Panada is, like, AB doesn't have much ground to stand on. You feel me? Like, he's working directly for somebody who is a Zionist, who is doing Hasbara, who is pro-Israel, right? So like he's on the wrong side of this. No matter how much I disagree with Bad Panada, like I wanted to see how he squares that circle. You know what I mean? Like how he connects the dots there to make it seem like he's okay with staying. Like Bad Panada wants to stoop that low. There's enough critique without bringing all of that into it. Could be disappointed. It's pathetic. I mean, I don't have high expectations anyway. But like, if it's that bad, I'm genuinely curious. Genuinely curious about just like why go that low? Because my view on the crew is the same. If you're gonna stay, I don't think you should, but if you're gonna stay, keep your mouth shut. Keep your mouth shut. And the only person who seems to be doing it is freaking Olivia. And even then, she'll still speak up. Like, if you're gonna stay, and again, I don't think you should, you don't have to engage with Ethan. You don't have to give Ethan what he wants. You don't have to enforce, right? You don't have to or reinforce Ethan's wild narratives.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Mr. Noobs, thank you for the gifted sub.
Mr. Noobstar gifted a tier 1 sub to 2P930. They have given 2 gift subs in the channel.
Be quiet and stay getting paid. Yeah. Like, you don't need to defend Ethan. You don't need to like run defense for Ethan. You don't need to do that. You don't have to do that. But if you choose to speak up, right, and you choose to involve yourself as more than just a bystander, as more than just an employee, right? If you go from being an employee to being a colleague to defending your boss, then you're gonna get smoke. And I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I don't. The thesis of Bad Panada's video was that AB's job as a researcher is precisely to give Ethan what he wants when looking for dirt on people. I mean, I don't have any evidence that like AB is, you know, like digging dirt up on people, right? We can infer because his job is research, or he was hired as a researcher, but there's not really. I think here's what I'll say: there's enough evidence for what AB has been seen doing on camera to criticize him. You feel me? Without digging into the conjecture. And I think the further you go into conjecture, the more ammunition you give to him that he can defend himself with, right? Because he can just be like, I don't do that. Here's evidence that I don't do that, and therefore you were incorrect and wrong, right? And so he can just sidestep the actual criticism, and that is him reinforcing, right? And engaging with oh no, I can't. I was embarrassed was correct. I can't read. We 29K. That about it insists that it'll come out in discovery in the Kavanaugh lawsuit. Don't listen to what Bad Panada says. I'm sorry. That's the answer. you can like Bad Empanada or whatever. You don't listen to what Bad Empanada says. He doesn't know jack shit on like the intricacies of like the loss. He's trolling. He's a troll. Like Bad Empanada being like, yeah, I knew the content cop was coming out. Like Ian has kept me informed about the content. Like he's trolling. He's trolling. He doesn't know, right? And a lot of chatters, I'm not saying you're doing this, but a lot of chatters will like leech onto his trolling and will then go to like disseminate his trolling as though it's fact. And it's not true. Are you disappointed that no one's been talking about you in any drama videos? People have been talking about me. All right, let's just get that straight. All right, people have been talking about me. Just not enough. It's true to me, okay? True. I think he feels he's pushing back, but being in that role means you should take responsibility and be the most informed so that your pushback is effective. Even then, he'll push back a little bit and then we'll give up immediately. So if you're going to occupy that role as the like oppositional voice, you have to actually be opposition. You can't do opposition and then when your boss pushes back on your pushback, you're like, okay, yeah, you're right. I can see your side of it. Because then you're no longer opposition. You are at most devil's advocate. At most, you're devil's advocate. And I don't see a usefulness in doing Hasbro or being a springboard for Hasbro just by being devil's advocate. Right? If he participates in harassing Frogan and Anthony, he helped dox the random Instagram guy. He's not pushing back on anything. This is true, right? Especially on the doxing the random Instagram guy, right? And I am also curious about what Frogan, or what he said about Frogan and what Frogan had to say about his statement at the end of this. But when you start getting into like, oh, AB is the researcher, so AB is actually connecting Ethan with Destiny when Ethan is live or whatever. We start getting into stuff like that. I'm just like, I think it's unnecessary to do without any evidence because you give him an out to defend himself. Right? Like, just focus on what he has done and that there's evidence for him doing. And that is him engaging in the harassment of like the doxing of the Instagram guy, right? Him allowing his boss to talk bad about his friends, him not pushing back, right? Him not pushing back on when his friends were being harassed or what his boss is doing, things of that nature. When we start doing the conjecture of like, oh, AB is actually, AB is the person who, like co-signed Ethan saying fucking Arabs or whatever directly. You know what I mean? Like, I think at that point it's a bit far. Not even far as in like it's too far, but it's as far as in I'm not watching a 10-minute video right now. This is tomorrow discourse. Yeah, just like focus on the intricacies of exactly his behavior. So he doesn't have a way to be like, look, these people are saying insane things about me. Like I'm talking to Destiny. Or that I'm like feeding Ethan information about, you know, this specific thing or whatever. I don't freaking know. Because there's no way that we can prove or disprove that. It'll be he said, she said. And I don't think it's necessarily productive. I know AB makes some segments for Ethan to talk about, but I think most of them do that besides Zach, Dan, and Nate. I might be misremembering, didn't AB call Arabs who call out Ethan Zionism barbaric? I don't know what that's referring to, which is probably in this video, which is why we're going to talk about it tomorrow. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I don't know. Again, I'm not even sitting here trying to like defend AB. I'm just saying that like don't lose focus on like what's actually what was actually the issue here. Right? I think Anthony from Do Not Worry podcast and like Frogan as well are completely fair in their criticism directed directly at AB, right? Because they are, you know, they're Lebanese. They have a shared identity with AB, and his role in Ethan's crash out is unique and specific to them, right? For Bad Empanada, I think Bad Empanada more, he sees blood in the water. He's like a piranha, you know? He sees blood in the water with AB, and he's jumped on like, I'm gonna attack AB because there's like a, you know, there's blood in the water. And I see it's more of that as opposed to like, you know, let's be productive or whatever. But we'll see. We'll talk about it more tomorrow. Because I think so stuff AB does is disgusting. Like flexing his watches and stuff like that, watch collection that he's bought off of like, you know, Israeli propaganda money. It's gross. Him deciding not to speak up against some of the things that Ethan says is gross. Things of that nature. We'll also not lose sight of the fact that Dan is the real enabler of the crew. He should be getting way more support than AB. 100%. 100% agree. 100% agree. AB is like 10 times worse than, sorry, Dan is 10 times worse than AB is. AB is just doing what Dan does, but like at a lower scale. You feel me? Dan is lucky because he's not on social media opening his big mouth like AB. Yeah. He enables Ethan way more than AB does. He's dropped all pretense of like doing pushback. So Dan is like, AB's now doing Dan's old role, and that's being like the devil's advocate, right? Being like, well, maybe if you read it like this, I can see where they're coming from. Now Dan is like, you know, no, they're stupid and wrong, and you're super awesome and amazing and right, Ethan. Don't let them tell you otherwise. That's what Dan is now doing. You feel me? Dropped all pretense, right? With AB is extra crazy because AB is Arab, so and so-called pro-Palestine, so I get why he gets hate. No, I think that's stupid. You feel me? Because this is the exact same thing that people say about like black people, to try to claim that like black people who are like homophobic are somehow worse than white people who are homophobic. Because, oh, well, you have a marginalization, so you should understand it. So I'm going to focus on black homophobia more than like white homophobia. You feel me? Now, as a black person, if I focus more on black homophobia, the white homophobia, it makes sense because we have a shared identity, right? And maybe I can get through to that person. I'm not saying it's worse. I'm saying that I understand why people or more specifically Arabs are coming for him. But that's not the issue, is that it's not just Arabs who are just coming for him more often than not. You know what I mean? Like, I think the chatters who are like, I'm so glad we're gonna you know, take down AB or whatever, are not like Arab themselves. They just, again, they see blood in the water. They see somebody who is more vulnerable to be taken down than Ethan is, because Ethan is like the main guy, and they're just jumping on AB because it's easier, right? They don't like I'm not gonna sit here and be like AB's a Arab traitor or whatever for like staying with Ethan, because that's not my role. It's not my position. I can't do that. We don't have that overlapping identity, right? And I think a lot of chatters don't understand that like Frogan critiquing AB from the Lebanese perspective is a bit different than their white asses critiquing AB from the Lebanese perspective or the Arab perspective, right? Chatters don't get that. They don't understand that. That like they don't get to do the things that they see other like Arab people doing to criticize AB because they're not Arab themselves. Again, I brought up like Banana calling AB a house slave. Like, it's an overstep, right? Like, if you are not a part of that community, you critique AB on the merits of him not being pro-Palestine, right? Or doing things that are to like reinforce Ethan's pro-Israel behavior. You don't get to call AB a token, right? You don't get to say that AB is a race traitor. That is not, that is an overstep. You don't get to do that. Do you think putting in a FOIA request on Tectone's father is overstepping? I can't stop what you do, chatter. You can, I don't know how useful it would be. It's like, what if AB was white? Would people be calling him out the same? The answer is no. Exactly, even if he's wrong, but calling AB a token Arab is straight up racist. Again, if like other Arabs want to do that, I can't sit here and say like you don't get to do that, right? Like the same way that like white people can't say or police who I call an Uncle Tom in my community, right? Like if you are criticizing Candace Owens, you criticize Candace Owens for being a white supremacist. You don't get to criticize Candace Owens for being a race traitor, right? Because that's not your place. You don't get to make that decision. Your critique for Candace Owens is specifically on, you know, she's doing white supremacy. She is, you know, anti-Semitic. You criticize her based upon what she is saying. You don't get to criticize her on the basis of her identity. Leave that for the black people to do. In the same way that, like, you know, if the Arab community, right, wants to criticize AB and, you know, call AB a token or whatever, I'm not going to sit here and say that they can't do that, right? But I'm also not going to engage in that because, like, that's not my community. I don't get to speak for them. You feel me? That's my take. That is my take. I think a lot of chatters don't understand that because they'll see Bada Banana say something and they'll run with it and they'll defend it, right? Because again, white chatter's never been told no. They don't understand how they can be doing things that are just like they probably shouldn't be doing, even if people aren't good people. That's what I say. We'll talk about it more tomorrow. We'll watch this AB video. We'll watch the Bada Banana video tomorrow. We'll watch the Frogan video tomorrow. Tomorrow will be AB day. You call him fake sellout or not? But like, not really, right? Who is he selling out? You're not a part of that community. You don't get to decide if he's selling out or not. You feel me? That's kind of the point. Like, that's not a decision that like people who are not of that community can make. Right? People who are of that community can make that decision and make that call. But understanding that like you don't get to then like, oh well, this person said that they would be like, okay, it would be like I'm criticizing another black streamer, right? I say they're Uncle Tom or call him the C word, but for black people. And it would be like chatters taking that and going into other communities saying, oh, this black streamer is a C word, right? But it's okay if I say it because, you know, because Shauna Black called him that. But you don't get to make that decision. You can criticize that person's behavior and what they're saying, but my specific gripes about the way this person interacts with my community is not something that you get to like as a, you know, non-black person get to repeat. You know what I mean? Problem is that he defended Ethan's racism, and that's bad regardless if he's like, you know, Lebanese or not. You know what I mean? If he's Arab or not. It's a very obvious distinction that people should make. AB enables his bosses violent Islamophobia. That's true. We can and should say that, but has he been disowned? That's Anthony and Frogan's call. Exactly. Right? Exactly. You can talk about how it's a little ironic that like somebody's Arab that is allowing Islamophobia and anti-Arab sentiment to occur in their vicinity. That's fine to call out, but you don't get to make the call whether or not this is a person who's sold out their community. You don't get to make the call and see if this is a person that is has been disowned, right? You don't get to revoke his like, you know, Lebanese pass or whatever. Like you don't get to make that call if you're not a part of that community. And I think just being more aware as a chatter, right, to just understanding that fact Because I think it's important. It means they were posting on the leftover sub, maybe uncomfortable, but they deleted them, thank God. We should want better for the crew because it's also 12 o'clock. I think I have a meeting right now. I do have a meeting, so I do have to go. But yeah. That's my take. I do have to go though. Thanks for 29K, chat. Much appreciated. I am out. Also, bye, you too.